Hey, what's going on, everybody? How'd you like the new intro I threw together a couple days ago? Well, I didn't straighten up anything or none of my counters when I did. I was like, hey, let's do something different. So I went into a program I had, threw in a bunch of pictures, and there it was. Anyway, hey, Richard Pryor, how's it going? How's everybody out there doing today? I am live on YouTube only today, and on my Prusa Mini, I'm going to put the base on it. I'm building the base for it that I got off over at Prusa. It was posted on their site, and I've got a drawer that another person posted up. The man's name was David Warboss. He done the mini base posted on Prusa's site, and the drawer is done by a man by the name of Donkey D. Donkey D, thank you very much. I got the drawer printed. I had some issues with it, but I'll show you. And we have a couple guests in the background right now. I'd like to bring them in, or I'll bring one of them in. The other one is not there at the moment. And if anybody wants to pop in, hey, Carl Fenton, how you doing? If anybody wants to pop in, there's a stream link there. You can come in and hang out. If I know who you are, I don't want to get have the wrong people pop in like has happened in the past. But let me bring in Matt right here from Tactical 3D. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, how are you guys? Yeah,
I'm
pretty good.
How's everything going today? Hey, Gary T, what's going on?
A little bit slow. My mind is kind of like overloaded. I have so many things to do, and I'm really tired right now, and so I might not be so much talkative tonight, more of a listener.
Okay.
So,
well, congratulations. I hear you got engaged. You and your girlfriend got engaged. Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited. We didn't set a date yet, but soon, I hope. So can't wait.
Well, I'm going to share my screen here. Hey, Carl. Let's see. I'll show you what I'm going to be working on. Here's my Prusa mini base by David Warboss over on Prusa. And there's a little video that talks all about it. Basically, it's got a legs. You can put a spool up underneath, run the filament center up underneath instead of sitting next to it. And if I had some Prusa Mint black, which I don't, and orange, I would have printed it in that. When I bought the Prusa Mini a while back, I bought a roll of their Azul blue, I think it is, and that's what I printed most of the parts in. And instead of orange for the fine detail, I got kind of a yellowish orange. So I'm changing up the colors. And instead of putting the spool underneath, I have a tray that's going to be going there. So when I order any Prusa parts or wrenches or nuts or bolts or anything, they can go inside the little drawer. And here's a picture of what it looks like right here. And this drawer is by Donkey D. I've seen his post on Thingiverse. He was working on it a couple days ago. And I got the files here, downloaded and printed them out. Took me about 2 days. I sliced it in Simplified 3D. It's too big for the mini base to print it. Put on a CR10. I had a lot of stringing and under extrusion. So basically the top half is like a sponge. So I cannot keep it, but I can, for all intents and purposes, show you what it looks like and how it goes underneath it. And then we'll go in the trash after the stream. So anyway, Mr. and Mrs. Diesel, hello. How you doing?
Hey, Mr. Diesel.
Hey, Tim, what's going on? If anybody would like to drop in and hang out, or you got a Prusa and you want to be a Prusa person hanging out, I'll put the link there again. There's a link right there to the screen.
Please.
And switch cameras, kind of throwing me up in the corner. Earlier, Astroprinter said he thought I was pausing, so if you see me pausing action going on, let me know. I didn't reboot my computer this morning, so hopefully that doesn't happen. But we got a spool here. Get the little mini over here. Now, when I mount the power brick underneath the Mini, it's going to shorten the cord by about 6 foot, because right now the cord is about 12 foot long. So, and I've got a big old box, a ton of parts here. I literally got a ton of parts here for this thing. So I can make some noise, get them all out on the counter.
So how many filament rolls you took for all of that?
All the blue parts, which was, I don't know, probably about a half a roll. It wasn't that much. And then a yellow was almost nothing. So it was under a roll for all of it. Oh, yeah, and then I trimmed out a handle, too. I found another file on Prusa for handle. This Mini, so you can pick it up. You can mount a handle here on the side and make it easy to pick up and move around. So I'll be putting that handle on it. So,
yeah. I wanted to get them Prusa filament, but it's almost impossible to get. So,
yeah, depending on how much you order, they got different shipping charges for different places, and you know, they're very fast on shipping. One thing I got to admit, when they say they ship it, bam, it's at your house a couple days later. So, I don't think they have a warehouse in the U.S., but when I had to get a replacement part for the thermistor that went out on the bed, they shipped it really fast. I wound up using my own thermistor that I use on my quality machines. Mm-hmm. It's a lot more heavy duty than the one that they have on there. It's really like light gauge speaker wire on theirs.
Yeah. I mean, somehow they have to make money too, you know. Something have to be to break, I guess, at a machine. Wear and tear and all the moving parts, you know. I kind of wish I have less moving parts on it, on the 3D printer, but deltas, I think they're really interesting. They're really fast, but the building platform is a little bit too small for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching their video as I do this.
Okay.
See how all this goes.
Do they have an error message for every part on the machine? So you know exactly what happened?
It's very user-friendly. It explains everything on the screen before you do it, or if you want to do it. If you got to reload filament, it wants to know what filament, what temp. It's very, very user-friendly. Let's see. I'm going to take that. Definitely very user-friendly. Sending some more wrenches here.
Yeah, I kind of wish they have make a motherboard where the motherboard checks up on the motors, or say wire between motor and motherboard not correct, you know, or to let you know that the wire's breaking or the motor's breaking, you know, like a smart machine. That would be interesting in a 3D printer.
Yeah.
So you know exactly, let's say, automatic belt tensioners. That would be nice. So you don't have that. You only press a button and then it automatically tensions the belt, and it tensions to the.
And it's falling everywhere.
Oh no.
No, that's okay.
You know that the belt basically tension itself, and then it automatically tension to the right tension. So you don't over tension and not under tension it. You don't have slack. So I think that would be kind of aspect of future 3D printers. Maybe.
Let's see.
Thanks.
Figure out how all this goes in. Take that foot off the frame.
Thanks, DeWitt.
Take the foot off the frame and I'll stick it in my new plastic piece. That way it's got that foot put in. And this slides in here somehow. Okay.
I think Liam is back in.
Okay, it slides in all the way tight. Kind of a mess here, but it'll be all right. That's what live streams are all about. Let's see, and then what are we doing? Routing that cable up underneath, sliding that all the way back. We're going to pull that back a little bit.
Yeah, a friend of mine did a similar design to his printer. He printed some legs for it, and I don't know. I'm not too keen on them. I think it makes it more wobbly, the 3D printer.
For the Prusa Mini?
No, not the Mini I'm talking about, but for his printers. He got some pretty big machines, like similar size of what I have. And he put like 3D printed blocks underneath them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Liam.
It's okay.
How you doing?
I mean, just wait. It's okay.
Yeah, I just have to look at the screen. It's like, hey, there's Liam.
I know. So you got engaged? This is the first I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Well, I think every guy should get married. Why should you be single and happy?
Yeah.
Oh, Liam, I think it's mostly the other way around.
No, do you know the 3 rings of marriage?
Now you're scaring me.
Do you know the 3 rings of marriage?
No, but you're about to tell me.
First, you have the engagement ring. Okay. Everybody knows about that one. Then you have the wedding ring. The one that nobody tells you about is the suffering. Nobody ever tells you about that one.
Yeah, I heard that joke before. That's a good one. Thanks, Liam.
Now, marriage really isn't that bad. It isn't. It's actually worse than what they actually say. But
some people say it's just like being neutered, or some people say it's like, like you get like when you were a prisoner, you get like a ball and chain in your foot. But I don't think it's true.
The only difference is, as a prisoner, the ball and chain's around your ankle. This one's around your neck.
My Y-axis cable's on the bottom of the printer, and it must not go there because I can't put the next part in with that sitting there.
In all fairness, congratulations. I have to make fun of you, right? I do. You have to do that with everybody, right? So, yeah. But Carl, the ball and chain's around your neck, not your ankle. At least around your ankle, you can get around somewhere. And I know she's listening, and she's probably laughing at me, so it's okay.
Okay, I got to take that screw out of there.
Ibotics, you have 2 choices with the Prusa, some of the Prusa printers. The Mini comes with two options you can get to be fully assembled or almost fully assembled, where you put about 4 bolts in and connect the 2 cables. The other option is you can get a kit. And Jerry went with the kit for the initial assembly, but what he's adding now is a new Prusa just recently released a design that you can print yourself as a stand for the Prusa Mini to raise it up and to make it look nicer, to get it up off the table, and you can store your filament spool underneath. And that's what he's to take it partially apart to put that together. To have the stand. And Jerry has decided not to go with the spool underneath, but somebody else designed a drawer that goes underneath instead, and he's going with that design.
Yes, because not all filaments would fit under here because some spools are different.
Yeah.
And I just figured I'll be different. And then if I get any parts or anything for the Prusa, I can keep them in the drawer.
Yeah, you're right, Dominic. Matt can't be happy all his life. It's time he got married.
Oh God, you guys make it sound like it's the end of the world.
No, It's worse.
If you meet the right person, it's the best thing ever.
Sorry?
If you meet the right person, it's the best thing ever.
Yeah, but we have to make fun of him, Jerry. Come on. Everybody did it to us, so we have to do it back, right? Just remember one thing, right? It's all about sharing. What's yours is hers, and what's hers is hers. Okay.
I hear that expression before. That relationship didn't last that long.
Now we're making fun of Matt because he just announced he got engaged. So.
Yep. I'm happy. More than it's been a long time.
Good.
Especially since lockdown.
Lockdown's been crazy.
I kind of got a little bit miserable, and I started out 3D printing and met all of you guys. And
now you're even more miserable because you met us, right?
No. And in fact, I think 3D printing kind of, saved my life in some ways.
Well, it gives you an out. It gives you something to do. It gives you something to be creative with.
Exactly.
You got involved in doing the stuff for the charities, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
All the things and stuff.
Yeah.
But it still doesn't mean we're not going to make fun of you, right? I told you I'd make fun of you if I'm going to make fun of you, I'll do it to your face. So this is
I know.
I don't know where that bolt just went.
You lost the bolt?
I misplaced the bolt.
Better to lose a bolt than a nut, Jerry.
Yeah. It's got to be one.
I got 2 new printers this week.
Okay.
The A10 I got. This is the smallest printer what ZYLTECH have.
Yeah.
And so far they're louder than the big machines. So they don't have silent steppers in there.
Yeah. Did you see what Dominic just said? The reason why men die before their wives is because they want to.
Madeline? I know.
Okay, I have a joke for you, right? Related to this topic. I'm going to keep going with this because it's a theme, Jerry. So this guy, these people they were in church, right? And at mass on a Sunday morning, and all of a sudden, the roof of this church was tore open, and the devil appeared before everyone with fire and brimstone and everything, right? And he's shooting fire all over the place, and everyone went screaming and running away, except one guy sitting in the very front. He's sitting in the very front pew in the very front of the church, and he looked like he wasn't bothering him. And the devil was screaming, shooting balls of fire all over the place, and everyone was screaming and trying to escape, except this one man. So the devil confronted him. He says, "Are you not scared of me?" And the man says, "Nope." He says, "You know who I am?" He says, "Yep, sure do." He said, "Why are you not scared of me?" He says, "Because I've been married to your sister for the last 50 years." Come on, that's funny.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I probably would have said, "You didn't met my wife yet."
No, he's been married to her. He's married to his wife, his sister. Well, he made his sister, his devil's sister, for the last 50 years.
Yeah. No.
I got hold of a FL Sun Q5. I'm watching Jerry's video. Oh, cool. I don't have any Delta printers. Nobody has ever offered me a Delta to do reviews. I got lots of other machines, far more expensive machines than the Q5s and stuff.
I've contacted them about wanting to review the large one, and they never got back with me.
That's the new Super Racer or Speed Racer. It's called. Yeah.
Wait a second.
If it's a Speed Racer, Jerry, they're saying the average print speed of that is 150 millimeters a second. That's their standard print speed. But they've never reached out. I chatted with them. They seemed interested, and they go quiet every now and again. I don't know what's going on with them, but so I don't have any Delta machines. I would like to review a Delta.
Ender 3V2 is broke. What's the matter with it? What happened?
Yeah.
I bet you're going to say you can't level the bed and you're having trouble. I'll bet you $1 million that's what you're going to tell me.
Is it the Z level, Jerry? The anti-backlash?
Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't answered yet.
Because they have an own issue with that, don't they?
Yep. Because if you level it manually, you go to print your nozzles twice. Like, what in the hell is going on? I just leveled it. The Z drops down on it too easy. So if you do any kind of a paper level, when you lock the steppers, they don't stay in place like most printers. They just go boop, and it'll drop on you. You may not even notice it. Yeah. But anti-backlash nut will solve it. And or when you level the bed with a piece of paper, do it powered where the bed comes and sits and it comes down and steppers stay running, and you run a program, do it that way.
Yeah. Okay, the nozzle keeps hitting the bed. It's two things. It's either what Jerry described about the anti-backlash nuts and it's sagging, or your Z end stop is bad or not plugged in.
Yeah, put an anti-backlash nut on it and re-level the bed, and that should solve your problem.
Well, I would say test the Z first. So I would put the Z up very high, tell it to home, and when it's halfway down, push the end stop button and see if it triggers a stop. If it doesn't, then your Z end stop is bad, and you just need to replace the switch.
Yeah, my Ender 3V2 is the first one I sold when I sold the printers, because I'm selling off all my smaller printers because I don't use them and I don't need them. And I have a Tebow Tarantula Pro fully loaded with all the bells and whistles for sale, and I've got an Ender 3 Pro with an XL kit on. It's 500 millimeters tall that I'm currently selling for. I think I'm asking $250, but I'll take $200 for it. Local pickup only here in Las Vegas.
How would be local would buy them from you?
Yeah, so hydraulics, check your end stop like I described. Go to the top of Z and then hit home your Z axis, and then push the end stop switch at the back. If that stops the Z coming down, means your end stop is good. Then it's just your anti-backlash nuts. You need to put on anti-backlash on your Z. They're not expensive. They take a bit of work to put them on, but they're not expensive, and it'll solve the problem, solve that sagging issue. Well, it depends. Like, if the Z is working and it's still coming down too much, the screws on the bed need to be, as Mr. and Mrs. Diesel said, the screws on the bed, they should be at least halfway tight. So the screw should be halfway compressed. The spring should be. If it's anything less than halfway compressed, there's not enough tension on them to hold level. So you should always screw them down, home your printer, and if it homes above the switch, fine. If it homes, hits the bed and doesn't even hit the switch after they're being screwed down, the bed four corner screws, then your switch is too low and you can just adjust your switch up to a bit higher, move it up a little bit, and until it is actually triggering the end stop and stopping, and then you can bring your bed up to level to match it.
I saw your nice setup earlier, what you have with your IDEX printers.
Sorry?
I saw your setup early on online with IDEX.
My IDEX. I have them all in a row, on one shelf. They were scattered a little bit. So, and I use them a lot. So I'm only putting up, in my new setup, I'm only putting up the printers I use a lot. So I have my CO2 laser there. I have my E-Cube maker there. I have my Ender 5 Plus. I have my Soval SEO1. I have my 3 IDEX printers, the Guido, the JG Maker, and the 10 log. I'll be adding in a couple. I have a few more to put out there. I'll probably have about 12 machines set up permanently, but they're the ones I use all the time. The others are very sporadic if I ever need them, and I don't have anything bigger than my Ender 5 Plus, so I don't need space for anything bigger than that. So if I need to print big, I'd either go on my Ender 5 Plus or I have to split it. Hey, Kieran, how are you? If you want to come in and join, Kieran, the link's up there.
Hey, Kieran, how you doing?
Yeah, Kieran.
The Z-stop doesn't go low enough sometimes.
That's a belt, right?
Sorry?
Is that decibel?
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Decibel. Because last time he called himself Decibel.
Yes, he did
like
when
that.
he came in on chat. He did, yeah.
Yeah, why? That's what
I don't know. There's some good videos here about the industry. Yeah, well, if you don't think that the end stop has been triggered, then you can move the end stop up a little bit. But make sure you screw down the bed first, all the way down, and so the springs are fully compressed. And then try and home it and see if it stops above. If it doesn't, move your end stop up. And then when it gets triggered, then you re-level again with your 4 corner screws. But the anti-backlash nuts, when the stepper motors are turned off, the weight of the Z actually sags and actually drifts down on the Z screws. So anti-backlash nuts will stop that. There's a workaround for resin printing functional parts that require threaded heat. You can do you can tap a resin and put in brass inserts for screws, but it's not the biggest issue about functional part is, and you can actually, before you cure the resin in your curing station, in your UV curing station, at that time it's still partly soft. If you're going to put in the brass inserts, you could push it in then. But the problem is resin is brittle, and it will tend to, even with the brass inserts, they will tend to cut into, and over time will wear away on the resin around them, because resin doesn't have any flex, and because it's no flex, it breaks and shears and breaks off in pieces very easily. It'll powder itself. If you ever sand an FDM print, FDM takes a lot of work to sand and to wear down. Resin print is the easiest thing in the world to sand. It's like sanding chalk. You sand it and it comes off.
The heels on your feet with a little sanding stone.
Yeah, you could use you could use that. Yeah, probably.
It sounds like it's like powder. It's like instantaneous dust.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Hey, Sparky. Hey, non-fam, how are you?
Hey, non-fam. Hey, Sparky.
Working offshore for years.
Hey, all. Come on, Kieran, come in here. Tell us one of your stories from down under.
But he's actually from the land down under. He's a Kiwi.
Yeah, kiwi. I eat kiwi as a fruit. You know.
Are you calling Kieran a fruit?
I don't know. That's what you're doing.
No, you said that, man.
I thought we were talking about kiwis.
Yeah, as I said, that's where he's from. He's New Zealand. Come in, Kieran. You beat up on Matt. So, anyone else have anything interesting going on? I'm reorganizing my place for my printers.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, since Jerry is on, and I won't ask him to go full screen because his is more important. Here's the completed Laura Croft resin print.
You're doing a great job on it.
Yeah, looks nice. Sorry, guys.
So, look really good. That's my. I don't do models. That's the very first real resin model I've ever printed. Because I'm not really. I normally do functional parts. So when I do FDM, and I do some resin, but not an awful lot. But that's my first. So it came out really nice. I had 3 different resins in that, different color resins, and I just give it a prime coat to finish it off, to make it even looking. How's the assembly going, Jerry?
Okay, this one side I couldn't get the parts to slip together. They weren't going in the 30-30 extrusion properly, but I finally got it to grab. Yeah, the
You
really
could always-
tiny lip and it wasn't grabbing.
You could always give it a spray with the PTFE lube spray, dry lube, and then it would make it easier.
Yeah, I made 2 prints of the same type, same identical, just different filament, and white is just not white. You know what I mean? There's so many different shades of white.
Just a second. We got another guest popping in.
Ah, cool.
Hello, Karen. How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad.
You look like you just crawled out of bed.
Pretty much.
What time is it there? What time is it there?
3:15 in the morning.
You don't sleep?
Oh,
wow.
sorry.
Are you up for
I'm
work or
sorry.
something?
No, I can't sleep. I've issues sleeping. So yeah. Regardless of what time I go to bed, I still get up around 2:30, 3 o'clock. It's a pain in the ass, I tell you.
I use Octoprint on most of my printers, but only one instance, one Pi, one printer. If you run multiple printers on one Pi, and the Pi goes down, which has never happened, then you lose, then they all shut down. But I run Pi 3s. I have 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, I know the feeling, Kieran. Not get enough sleep. I had this yesterday, and I just was KO last night. I was terrible. Oh. Today I feel kind of still a little bit off, but
You know, the best time I sleep, I don't sleep well at night. I get up throughout the night, go to the restroom, whatever. When you wake up in the morning, right then and there is when you can nod right back off and go to sleep. But I have a hell of a time falling asleep.
I know.
And keep your cell phone out of the room, because if it beeps and chirps and makes noise, that'll disrupt your sleep. You may not even know it.
Yeah.
It's also part of the fact that I used to work offshore a lot. Shift work, 14-hour, 16-hour shifts. I used to do what's called 24-hour DMS. So I was the on call for 24 hours. I had 2 guys working with me 12 hours each, but I'd be across the 24 hours a day. Literally, you sleep when you can, and how you could. So it's like that for years.
Oh.
Just get used to it.
Bed and everything fell apart here, so let me put that back in.
Oh, where's Liam?
I don't know. His internet might have went down. I don't know.
He had to pop off with Laura for about 5 minutes, I think.
His wife might have made him get offline. Go stand in the
No,
corner.
Laura's all finished. He had to pop off to say hello to Laura for 5 minutes since she's all finished.
Okay. Yeah, the Prusa Mini is a cool little printer. And one thing I do really like about it, even though I know printers in general from all my other stuff for 4.5 years. Hey, Jared, how you doing? Is that everything is on the screen. Everything's explained to you. There's not much guesswork. So if you're a new person, especially, and you don't know, well, what do I do next? I turned it on. Everything tells you on the screen. Pretty much everything is right there. And their site sells everything you need, and they got files and everything. So it's very, very cool. And they're very fast shipping once they do ship. You might have to wait a while in shipping, but once you need a replacement part or something, they're on it right now, and you can 24/7 tech support.
That includes the cigarettes as well, Loopy.
What? Giving up cigarettes?
No,
giving up.
Loopy Lou said only 5 minutes, doesn't need longer. And I said that's including the cigarette as well.
Yeah.
Oh, no good. Oh, thank you.
Well, Liam is not here, so he's popped off so we can abuse him.
So you have the right. All right. I can see that. I might have
That's
to
the
leave
reason
early today, Jerry.
That's the reason I dropped in because of all the abuse you boys have given me. So I thought I'd better pop in quick, defend my honour.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I got my batteries in the mail. Finally, got one of them charged up, so I can finally work on my Prusa U and get the wiring finished on it. I haven't tested it yet.
You couldn't get the other ones to charge up. They were just basically poked.
They appeared to have went dead. I couldn't get them to charge, so I contacted the company on Amazon since they're out of their warranty period. And they sent me 2 free replacements with a little charger.
That was good. That was good of them. Yeah, you got to get one of those LiPo alarms on it and set it pretty high.
Yeah, I have some. I haven't got them set, but now you got to think about it. When you buy them from Amazon, there's a shelf life, and they're sitting there in the package, not being charged. So one of them I haven't touched, I haven't charged it. So I don't know what kind of a check, what kind of a charge is on it. Another one I charged.
Yeah, get one of those little cheap LiPo alarms that tells you what the cell charge is for each of the cells plus the main voltage, and they should be, even with the shelf life, they should be sitting there around 3.8, just under 3.8 volts per cell.
Okay, I think people were saying don't go below 3.2 or something.
Yeah, but most of below 3.2, they're pretty poked. So normally most of them, look at the recommendations, like set the alarm for 3.6, and then the 3 or 3.4 max, and once it gets below 3.4, that's it. Get it back into the charge system.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only issue with LiPos, because they will give the royal until they actually give too much, and then once they've gone too far, charging them is basically a pain, and they're expensive to replace if you keep killing them.
What are you drinking? Coffee?
Iced coffee. Start the morning with some iced coffee.
Uh-oh. Damn it. No, this needs. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind the ice.
I got my belt blocked here on the wrong side of the
slide rail.
Yeah. So I've got to take it back apart so I can get another side, or I got to take the belt apart, which I don't want to do. I don't know what I can do. I can take this little bolt out right here on the fitting. I'll take that out. No biggie.
Is that your Y belt, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, if I would have taped this, guess what? I would have cut that part out, and you wouldn't have seen that I did that.
Yeah. And we all know what you do with the Y belt attachment fitting, don't we?
Yeah, put it on backwards. And, yeah.
The first time.
Use the wrong bolts on the bed, and then I mounted that backwards.
Sparky, regarding multiple pies for your printers, you can rename your pie instance. So you can have one pie called Fred 1, one pie called Fred 2. So you can log in with their IP address or their name on the network, and that should still work. But you can actually rename your pie instance on each pie to make them just identifiable.
Yeah, one's called Hypercube. I got one called Jack. One is called Coffee. One's called Blue. Just different names.
Yeah, that's what Sparky's saying. And if you've got more than one pie on your network, what you need to do is set them with a fixed IP, not DHCP, so they're always in the same IP. And then you can either log in on the name or log in on the IP to distinguish them.
That's a good idea. Yeah, I'm thinking about to go automated now too. I got a nice CCTV camera system, an old one I've laying around. I'm gonna hook that one up, and I can monitor them over.
Hey, Liam.
Hey, sorry, my web went down.
That's all right. That's all right. I don't think you heard that, Jerry. So you're okay.
So, yeah, the pies are great. I already in the conversation, so.
I remember new pies coming out.
They're talking gig? About a 16 gig version of it. They have an 8 gig right now, and there's talks of a 16 gig version of the Pi.
I have fans on all mine. I got little clear plastic cases that kind of snap together, and I
That
don't like
sounds
them.
interesting.
But I used to have a problem with my pies getting hot. The print would pause, so then I bought little cases that I put a fan over the heatsink. And I don't know if that's what caused it 4 years ago, but I've had fans on them ever since.
Well, on the new pies, you have to have a fan. And on the 4s, you must have a fan on them because they have done some firmware updates to actually decrease the overheating issue, but they still get hot. So
Yeah.
you do from
All chips get
3s
hot.
you can get away without fans in most cases, but 4s you definitely need a cooling fan.
The 3Bs are fine for
Stephen.
Octopi, nice and cheap, and they do run quite nice and cool.
Yeah.
There's no overheads on it with the Octoprint, but the 4s, the way they are, and with the new firmware, mainly optimized for running it them on the not the SSD, the SSD card as the boot device. So
Well, I actually on some of mine, I use pies for many things, so you can actually now get a pie to boot off an external hard drive.
yeah, and that works really well. The M2, you run it off an M2, and there's some nice cases. What's the new one by the metal aluminium case one.
Oh,
With the
there's a few
magnetic
of them
case.
actually. There's a few of them out there now.
Yeah, but the new one of those is designed with the adapter because it puts all the plugs on one line. So at the back of it, you get the power, the inputs, and all the outputs are on one line.
It's got the extenders,
Yeah, the extender. I can't think of the model now. Damn.
Yeah.
I got one sitting in the drawer here, but the new one allows you to put the M2 at the base as well with the fan and everything in it. It's a nice little unit, real nice.
Yeah.
It's not that expensive. Damn, I've forgotten the name for it.
Well, there is an add-on to the Pi to allow multi-printers. You can do multiple printers on the Pi by doing multiple installs of Octoprint.
Yep.
Now, Octoprint are working on what's her name again? I can't remember her name. The girl who designed Octoprint. Well, it's escaping me right now. But there's a version of it coming out to support multiple printers. It's in the works as we speak, I believe, but it's not out yet. So for now, to do multiple instances to run multiple printers off one Pi, you need to have installed multiple instances, and it's kind of a hack around, which is to install multiple instances of Octoprint on the same machine.
Yeah, and you can do that and run the Pi farm to monitor them all as well.
Yeah.
Octofarm.
Yeah, Octofarm will let you manage them all through one screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if you do individual Pis with multiple machines, and like Jerry does and a lot of other people do, you can use Octofarm to actually give you a single interface to manage all of them. Same job.
The disadvantage is if the Pi goes down for whatever reason, you lose all the jobs. Whereas if they're individuals, one goes down, you only lose the one job. So it's like
correct
6 of one, half dozen of the other on convenience. But it depends on what you want to do.
It's either convenience or reliability. You have to make the choice.
Yeah. But for the price for the Octopis, the Pis themselves, I'd still recommend running individuals just for the
Yeah, and I don't do Wi-Fi. I don't join I don't connect my Octoprints up, my Pis up with Wi-Fi. I connect them all. I have a switched network, so everything is cabled. So they're always online.
If you're not going to run all your printers at once, or the couple of them won't be running, you can just have a couple Pis, and then you can just plug it into the next printer and pull up that IP and then run that job on a different printer.
You just go in and tweak the printer settings is all you have to do.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, unless they're all the same.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. If they're all 300 by 300 by 400, then
they all enter whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, like Matt's machines are pretty much most of Matt's are the same, so he could use one Pi moving around or whatever. But if they are the various sizes, you have to go in and tweak the settings for each printer.
This cable to plug in the LCD is really short, so there must have been excess in somewhere underneath. So I'm trying to get to snap in, trying to find some needle-nose pliers.
Hey, Red Light, how are you?
And there it is.
Hello, Red Light. These little Prusa pliers that came with it.
Yeah.
Argon One's a company that makes those nice cases. They're very pricey though, but they are
What are
good.
they? They're $60 or $70, aren't they?
Yeah, that twice the price of the Pi.
Yeah.
But if you the latest one with the M2 modification built into it and the fan, if you want to run your Pi up, that's a nice case, especially for the adapter. With the adapter to run all your power, network, HDMI connections, gives you two full HDMI connections, and they're all on the line in the back, out of the way. Nice.
Yeah, it is. It's a good design. I have my but most Pis never really get pushed. I push my Pi. There's two of my Pis that I push the performance on. Most of them I don't.
That was nice. Your time lapse. Nice.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
That really pushed it in the morning. Yeah. Yeah. But the cool thing is, because I upload the time lapse and stuff to a website, the whole history, as long as it's out there about almost a year now, and I have there's one or two times where I took it down for maintenance, but besides that, I have the whole history of every night since I turned it on is out there. So you can go back like almost a year right now and see all the videos, see all the history, see all of the everything it does. You have a whole history of it out there, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, I got some funky colors. I'm going with blue and this yellowish orange versus black and orange, since I didn't have any black and orange.
You should have gone with the Yusu Gold. The Yusu Gold is more of an orange color.
Yeah, I'm just using what I had on hand.
Yeah, let me show you what it looks like.
Is that the two-tone gold? Where's it gone?
Sorry?
Is that the two-tone gold? There's a nice one out there that's actually like an orange. It's a multicolored orange, and as it prints to a.
No.
This is the ZYLTECH one.
Okay. I just trying to think who it was, so I try to track it down, but I can't get it down here. And it's worth the freight to get it over there. But it's it prints a very gold orange, like a very, very orangey orange, and then actually color changes to a yellowy orange, then back to a gold orange. So it's beautiful.
This doesn't do that. This is now they've changed their gold. This is the old gold. The new one looks like a real gold, right? The old gold though, it's like an orangey gold.
Okay.
And it's closer to the Prusa color, actually. And then, the one thing I like about Yusu that not everybody else does, if you have an MK8 printer, they give you a spool, and they also include a needle and a new nozzle as well that comes with every spool.
Well, that's nice. That's convenient. Yeah.
It comes as part of the pack. So every single time you buy it, you get a spool of filament. You get the look. You have the needle and an MK8 nozzle.
That's good. That's smart. That's nice. That's good. Good marketing.
Yeah. As long as you have an MK8 printer, you're
closest I got for the gold is the actual gold. Metallic gold.
The YouTube new color is like that.
Yeah.
But the old one was more of an orangey. Like they had a lot of Amazon returns because some people wrote down, "Is this gold?" question mark on the boxes. So they sent me some of the returns to see what was wrong with them, and half the returns that they sent out to me was partly used, not so gold.
Yeah, red light. I would love to go to Murph, but I would like to save up next year when I get my taxes, and I'm thinking next year more people will be there than this year because of all this COVID crap going on. There'll probably be more people, if this isn't still going on, be there next year than this year. I think it's the 25th. It's in like a week, isn't it? Next weekend. Oh, I'm sorry. We got somebody else hanging out in the background. I just seen him. Hey, Renee.
Hey, Renee.
Oh, there's the neighborhood.
How long you been there?
Hours.
Oh, well, anybody that pops in, if I don't see you, make a comment in chat and somebody else will read it. Hey, Jerry, check green room.
Yeah,
only 5 minutes. Don't worry.
All right.
Don't feel left out. He did the same to me.
It beat from my side. I didn't hear it beat.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure something out with the E1.
Did you try the different filament?
No, not yet. It's
come on.
completely
How can you
it's
troubleshoot
completely
it?
bonkers right now. It's not even extruding something in the first one. So
You got a clog then.
how do I fix that?
Take out the nozzle. You can. There's a few ways. You get the needle that came with the printer.
Oh, from top and down.
No. From the bottom up.
Okay.
Raise your Z up. Heat up your hot end to. If it's
230,
PLA,
around
to about
230.
210.
A bit hotter. You want to get it hotter just in case you got any small balls up there.
Yeah, I'd say to about 210, which should be good for most PLAs. I'd say. I wouldn't go too much. If you go too much higher, you end up baking it. And then get the needle and stick it up through the nozzle, and then see if it's clear. As far as it will go. And that'll tell you if there's a clog there. And then try and manually push material down through the nozzle afterwards. If you get a good flow there, then you should be okay.
Yeah, I usually run the temperature. Well, I usually run the temperature about 10 degrees hotter to make sure it's good and hot to get any crap out.
Yeah.
And then I flush it quite a bit. And then if that doesn't work, but if it keeps happening, just take the nozzle off, throw it in the garbage, and pop another one in, depending on what type of nozzle you're using.
Well, the JG Maker has an unusual nozzle. It's a custom design nozzle because it's for quick release.
Oh, then I wouldn't want to throw them out to try to fix them.
Yeah, look, it's one. Let me show you. I have them here.
Okay, so there is a menu where I can actually extrude something.
Yeah, but just in case, you should try doing it manually. This is what the JG Maker nozzle looks like. The RSD nozzle.
Wow.
And it's designed that you can push this up into the heat block, and it locks all the way up to the very tip, and it locks in place. And so if you ever want to change the nozzle, you push a button on the front of the extruder, even when it's hot or cold, right? Grab this, push a button, and pull it out, and you're done. You get a new one and stick it up and click it in place, and you're finished.
Yeah. Okay, so
the top of that PTFE, what is that made up to?
Now they've come out with a brand new version that they just released, which is all metal hot end, but the PTFE in the new one
just a guide
only covers here. It only goes up here. This one goes all the way down because this is not the all metal, but the all metal version, the PTFE is only here as a guide. And the heat block is down here, so you're not near the heat block. You're above the heat break.
Yeah, that's what was coming out, Renee. Okay.
Yeah, so it should extrude okay when I did it. I think maybe I just needed to do something. Let's see how it reacts now.
Yeah.
If it's coming out nice, if it's coming out nice when you manually force it, don't you?
Yeah.
Unlock the extruder and just push it through. If that's fine, then it's potentially you've lost alignment in your extruder wheel, or
could be clogged with material.
Yeah, a bit of fiber.
Strip it down to clean it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but material comes out fine.
Yep.
When you do the extrude or when you push it manually?
Both ways.
Okay, so
well, then you should be fine.
Yeah, but okay, maybe I should. I'm gonna try one more time here.
Okay.
You may still have a floating piece of debris at the back of the nozzle, unfortunately, and it freeze and unfreeze.
And the only way to get that is a cold pull.
Yeah. Try and pull it all back up the other way to get it all out.
Yeah, you feed it in, get it melted, cool it all the way down, warm up to about 175, 180, and put tension on it as it warms up. And just when it gets to the point where it's able to give, it should pull out.
Yeah, it should pull out, and then you'll pull up any small debris that'll stay stuck inside that end.
Yeah, cold pull will do a clean out.
At least E2 is working perfectly now.
Yeah, because you were calibrating that earlier on today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was a bad word to do.
Yeah, but I'm not going to merge this year because I think it's too soon.
Did you drive or would you fly? Are you close enough to drive?
Oh, it's about a 5-hour drive for me. But I'd drive it. If I was going, I'd probably drive. I wouldn't fly. And you need a car when you get there because it's in the back of nowhere that nowhere forgot.
Well, maybe next year, if I can find somebody when that time comes, maybe I can share a motel and rent a car, and we can just find somebody that I know online, and then I fly back, I hook up with them, and then we share the expenses on the car and the motel for 2 days, something like that.
Yeah. It'd be a drive for me. So
it sold out very, very quickly for
people are sick of being stuck at home. That's why it sells out.
That's why it sold out. Yeah. I think there's still vendor. You still can get some vendor tickets to actually book a table, guarantee.
But a lot of vendors did not book and take up a spot there because of lack of travel. Like T3D Tim Hoogland, he's going as himself. His company is not going to be there.
No.
So he's going there
personally. It's sold out for participants so far.
I think last year people said tables were like $25 a piece, really cheap. I know here in Vegas, you go to a regular convention, so you want to rent a spot to sell or something, it's astronomically expensive.
Well, that's because they're big convention centers.
I think Mer's still got the vendor tables quite cheap again, still just to get people to come along, just to make sure. And they couldn't believe how quickly it sold out, which is why they got the vendors still out there. Yeah, it's the only way to get in.
Okay, so when you're in the green room, you're able to type in private chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay. All right, so I'm looking at it now.
So, but I'll probably go next year. I'll try and make time. That's 2022, and then in 2023 I have the annual.
Oh no! I think I should have done that.
Why? What you do now?
The piece I popped in the front. It should be in the back. Anyway, it's okay. No biggie. That's me. Do it wrong. Do it twice.
Yeah, so I'll probably
I'm just putting decorations in.
All right. So
that looks so much more stable on those feet, doesn't it? Because of that wider stance than the old one. Yeah,
it looks more beefier. It looks like it's worth.
It does.
$400.
Almost like a real printer. It looks almost like a real printer.
It's like you paid how much for that? Yeah. But yeah, I really am surprised. Like I say, I know a lot about 3D printing, but I'm really surprised that if you know nothing about 3D printing, you buy a Prusa Mini or the regular printer, everything is on the screen. There isn't much guesswork. I'm like, oh shit, what do I do now? I turned it on, and now I don't know what to do. So let me go Google this and figure out what to do. It's right there for you. It tells you. It asks you.
Yeah.
When it had an error, it had a what do you call it, a barcode or whatever you call it, where when I send out a picture, they can scan it and they know exactly what's wrong.
Code. Yeah.
QR code.
If anyone didn't see my post today, there's my IDEX printers.
Oh, I saw
we got
it.
a new home today. And then something changed. Oh, my screen was off.
Did you get all your tracks printed off, Liam, in the end then?
Oh, they were done in 3 days.
Smart ass.
You took a week. That's what IDEX took for. Look, 3 of them in a row.
Yeah, 90 hours to get my tracks printed off.
No, I did. I kicked them off. The first one I did one at a time. Then I did with the IDEX 2 at a time. And then I said, to hell with it. 3 one side, 3 the other, go. Bang, 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 bang. They were all knocked out in no time.
Betty Boo said she's going to pop in. I haven't seen her. In a couple of weeks, Betty Boop is going to get my wife, Brandy's going to go see Trevor at Navari 3D Printing. And she's going to visit him. I said, well, if you can go on a weekend, let me know. I'll try to schedule my screen when you're going to go see him. And then he can come on live and you can wave to everybody from Florida. Yeah. So I don't know if that'll happen or not, but
I did jump the gun. I've been working on the speed racer, the land speeder.
I'm having problems with mine. My ESCs are overheating.
Yeah, same issue I had. Yep. So
yeah. And what was your fix?
Well, what I ordered was a batch of bidirectional dual 20 amp, not the 5 amp. So I've gone up to 20 amp.
Send me the links to the ones you ordered, please.
Yeah, I got the from AliExpress. They haven't turned up yet, which is why
I'm going to see if they're on Amazon here in the States. If they are, I can order them there and get them faster.
Yeah. I'll dig you the link. I'll dig the link up. But that's the same problem I had. I got some from Amazon and got some from AliExpress, and 4 of each, and 1 of each. I tried both of them. They overheated. Whether that's a issue with the 37Ds because I got 37Ds or not, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, But Jason has the 37Ds motors, and he's having no problems.
No, but I think it's just these cheap 5 amp ones. They're dodgy as hell, eh?
I was going to get the 20 amps as well, but if you order 20 amps and have solved it for you, just send me on the link, and I'll go dig them out because
they look identical, but there's a heat sink on the board, and they're beefier. So we'll see how it comes out. It's a bigger board.
Yeah, and then if they work, and I'm going to get the other ones replaced because from the manufacturer anyway. Because
just for me, for the hassle, it's not worth the hassle because it's just worth it. But I have been busy. I mean, I've
nice.
So it's all that's as far because I'm waiting for the ESC so I can finish the powertrain, and I'm working on the droid part now.
Let me bring in my droid. 1 second.
Yeah.
It's in the other room.
Is it counterclockwise to get the E1 center level up?
Wait for Liam. Liam just popped out, Renee.
Sorry.
He'll tell you. He's all right. No, you're off screen as well, but Liam's just popped off. He'll be back in a second.
Yeah, I'm standing next to the printer here.
Yep.
Alrighty, got the decorations in the back of it there. So it's not, like I say, it's not orange and black, it's blue and yellow, but it's different, so what the hell.
No, a lot of work and a lot of effort went into the designing of that.
Okay.
Yeah, the person that designed, his name is David Warboss, that posted it. Prusa did a video. Now I don't know if he's just a maker that posted it and they liked it and done a video on it, or if he worked for them, I'm not sure. And then the drawer I'm going to be putting in is by Donkey D.
Nice color choices too. Good color choices. Yeah. Really pop.
Yeah, metallic blue with the red. I went with the red because it's a faster moving one. With this 37Ds and so.
Yeah, I stopped on my base, like I said, because of the ESC. So I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna resolder up my motors in case there's a problem with the motor. I had the same thing.
Kieran, I sprayed these metallic. I sprayed them black, and then I had
the same thing.
And I had silver.
The same thing.
Yeah, but I did black, and then I actually airbrushed some silver on it.
Yeah, I just rattle canned it with metallic aluminium over the black, and they've come out really good. They look really effective.
Mine look worn. If you look at mine, they look tarnished.
Yeah.
Because of the airbrushing look, they look tarnished.
Yeah. Let me just. Where are we? What's that? Okay, I just sent you the link. I just dumped the link in chat for the higher amp ones. Here we go.
But my paint job on the bot itself is terrible. I mean, atrociously bad because I'm really bad at painting.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Take your time. Practice makes perfect.
My one here, like I said, it was just
You're still young.
I'm not. I'm what, 6 years younger than you, is all.
Yeah. He's still younger than I am, Leo.
I'm 51. In 11 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jerry's younger than I am, unfortunately. So I can't blame anything else apart from lack of practice. I need an airbrush. But this one came out really good, considering it's rattle cans, masking tape, and hand brushing all the panels. It still came out pretty good.
Weathering my panel came out terrible.
The weathering, what I did was I weathered the hell out of it afterwards with rubbing all the boundaries, so it's got worn spots and dirt in the hole and the cracks and that. It all came out really well. The weathering had a lot of metal cheatersons, so
when I turn 62, I'm gonna have an awesome live stream. I'm 62. I'm not looking forward to being 62, but when I am, I'll get like 1,700 or 1,800 a month more than I'm currently making. I'll get my Social Security, and that's gonna be cool. Then I can go get a new truck.
Okay, fair enough. I can't draw the pension here till I'm 67, so I can't rely on that.
Well, you can draw it at 62, 65, or 67, but first off, you never know how long you're going to live, so you might as well get it when you can. And if you figure out how much money you make over the term of your life, let's say you live to be 90 or 100, you make more money drawing it at 62 than if you took it later on and got a little bit more. So you
Yeah.
better get it while you can get it. So
Yeah,
At
I
the
want.
moment- at the
I
moment,
want to
people-
retire. I
at
don't
the
think I'll
moment,
ever
they have
retire.
to pay me, so I'll keep taking their paycheck. If they want to keep paying me, I'll keep taking the paycheck.
That's the way I see it. Yeah, and like, I know, like,
No complaints, right?
well,
Yeah.
I'm the same. You know, like I'm just going to work until I can't anymore, unless something comes up that makes me decide that I've had enough of it.
Yeah, that's
But,
it. Let someone pisses me off that much to say, well, right, time to say feck
Well,
you, and I'm
let's
out of
put it
here.
this way.
Otherwise,
If someone turned around to me when I was in my mid to late 60s and I had right and whatever and said, would you work for us at our planetarium and manage and run our planetarium, or do something along those lines? You know what? I'd retire and go do that because that's enjoyable work for me.
but that's not work. That's doing something you love. That's different. You're getting paid to do something you love. That's different.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but
And the money's incidental. Yeah.
but the difference is too. I love being a software developer, but I still want to get paid for that.
yeah,
Exactly,
but I'm
exactly.
saying like if I could do 3D printing or laser engraving and make good money out of it,
Yeah.
I'd retire and do that.
Or if you
Right?
can paint
But
properly
I'm
like
not-
Jerry.
Okay.
I'm not at that
You-
stage.
just practice and keep doing what you're doing. In a couple of years, maybe one of these days you'll open up an Etsy store or somewhere. You'll start selling little by little, and you'll finally hit your niche, and then you'll be good to go.
Yeah, it may happen, but right
Yeah.
now it's
The paycheck comes in, you're happy. Yeah.
as long as they keep paying me, I'll keep working for them.
Yeah. Well, I'm the same boat. I mean, I need to work to the end of the year, and then at that stage, if someone pisses me off, I don't really care. So I'm pretty close.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, I think
no, I think I'll keep going until they say you have to leave.
Yeah. Well, that's fine. I'll take the money.
Yeah, well, because I like working. I'm one of those weird people. I'm not a person that would lay in bed for hours I can't do that. It's just not in me.
I don't think the wife would appreciate me being home all day, so I've got to leave the house.
Well,
You can always be a crossing guard and go, "Hello, welcome to Walmart."
or you could always build a
Get
Sorry,
your shit
Jerry.
and get
That's drawing the line. Sorry, crossing guard's one thing, but hello, welcome to Walmart. That's crossing the line.
I tell you
I have
what,
no time.
you
I have no
you could
time for
always,
Walmart's.
yeah, Kieran, you
Walmart's
could always
attitude.
build a shed in the back of your home and operate a business out of there, like doing 3D printing and stuff like that. And that's where you spend your day then.
Yeah.
That's
I'll
what
do
you
that
could
now.
always do. Yeah, so I'm going nowhere for now.
Okay, there's completely weird stuff going on with this stupid thing.
See, a week ago it was fantastic. He had no problems. Now it's a stupid thing because he's running into an issue.
No, because I did something. I don't know what I did and why it's behaving this way. So
What's
I'm
happening?
sure.
Factory reset. Worst case is a factory reset.
No. I don't think it's that. It's something else.
What's happening?
It made the circles around the flower thing for the Lego, and now it's filling in the first layer, but there's nothing coming out.
You're too close to you're too close to the bed.
No, because the first circles came out perfect.
Show
But
it.
no,
Show it.
yeah,
Show us a picture of it.
I'm doing that.
Okay.
So you can see here, it going zigzag here, but nothing comes out there. But the circles around it came out nicely.
What are your attraction settings?
The one you gave me.
1 millimeter, I think. Double
Yeah.
check.
I'll double check.
In a direct drive, if you over the track, you'll cause problems. And you're still using that horrible orange. I told you to move to a real filament because you've only ever had problems since you started using that filament. Try the same print with a different filament, and if it works, you know the problem is the filament.
Yeah.
And
That's the first thing. Yeah, always have a different filament just in
You're
case.
beating
Yeah.
a dead horse here, trying to get it to work with filament that everything worked fine until you change this filament.
Yeah, yeah.
Go
You can
back
get
to the other film.
one.
Yes,
You can get one
gaming.
roll that's basically the diameter tolerance is bad, so it keeps jamming on you. Or
I
it's
wonder
got some
that's
debris
why
on it.
that
Yeah.
idiot threw out his printer.
Look,
Could be the
I
case too.
told you this morning, hours ago, to get rid of that filament and use a different filament you wanted to know worked.
Yeah, but
And you haven't done it. So the only person you can complain to and blame for the issues you're having is yourself because you didn't listen.
I know. That's what I said.
The first thing I did before my printer arrived, I got in 3 different brands of filament standard PLA just to see what happened. For the price of a roll, you can toss it. What the hell?
But Kieran, the fun, in quote, funny thing, the pink and the white here, and the orange, same brand, just different colors.
But all it takes is one bad batch or one, because the trouble is with filament, it comes out of your extruder hopper. You get a problem with the beads when they're melting, and you get one roll that happens to be bad. Tolerance is off, or it's got some extra debris at the bottom of the pot when it's extruding it. Yeah. So what makes is one roll or half a roll even. The front half can be fine, and the back half can be crap. Just the tolerances. Just get.
It's
not by the way, Liam. By the way, Liam, I measured it like you said, and they were between 1.71 and 1.76. And I think I measured like 10 centimeters apart for like
about a meter.
2 meters or something.
Yeah. That's not bad, though.
No, that's plus or minus 0.2, 0.02. That's pretty good.
That's good.
Yeah.
So it's not that. But
I don't think it's that.
It could be damp filament. It could be that you're running into the issue of because it's orange and the additives they added to make it orange could require different temperature settings.
Exactly.
And did you do a
5 degrees?
Yes, like I told you to?
5 degrees is all the difference it takes.
I remember.
But there's so many variables. Yeah. First thing is swap filament.
Go back to what you know works. Try it on the same extruder.
Yeah.
Right? And if it prints fine, it's not the printer, it's the material.
Yeah. 2 minutes after we stopped talking, I drove to my dad, and 5 minutes before I jumped on here, I arrived home. So
sorry, all I'm hearing is excuses.
That wasn't an excuse. That was information.
Dehumidifier or a filament dryer just in case, but just swap the roll back first. Then you can work out why that roll's bad if it's the roll.
Yeah, I'll pop in the other one now.
Yeah, put in a color that you've already used, that you know works, not a new spool, what spool you've already used, and if it prints, like the pink look printed fine for you, put that in there, or the white or whatever, run it, print, and manually push through some till all the white, the orange is gone, and only white's coming out, then run your print, see how it works, and if it works fine, you know where the issue lies.
But out of the case, I can't get the switch to unlock out of the case. Damn it! It has little tabs to press. So I'm trying to get the switch out of the case so I can relocate it to the front of the printer.
Oh, use a screwdriver or something.
Yeah, I've done pressing on the tab.
Renee, as an aside, what are they? They're upscaled Lego flowers. Are they the small little flower?
Yeah. You saw it really good. It's the Lego upscale Lego flower. You are absolutely right.
So
that is a good eye.
But so instead of actually doing any gardening, he's going to put those all over his garden.
The only reason I'm saying that because I just put together the Lego bouquet.
Yeah.
And I've got them
in my absolutely beautiful.
That is, and I've got them across 2 3D printed vases and vase mode vases, and they both look spectacular. One's got the roses and daisies in, and the other one's got the snapdragons and the poppy in, and they look spectacular. I sent some photos to the guy who gave me the
we're all
the vase print.
People, John, you should know that you're part of the group.
And
I know
it was like he looked at it and said I had to double check to see what he was looking at because it came out so good inside his vase. It looks really good. So, but that bouquet set is brilliant.
It is
the
absolute. Oh, they made a new one. They made the.
You can get tulips and you can get red roses individually.
yeah, and the bouquet,
tulips.
but they made a new one.
You've got the bonsai, and you've also got the bird of paradise.
That's one. That's one. Yeah. I got 2 bonsais, so I have one of each colored.
Yeah, you get both. You get both in the set, though, don't you? You get the cherry blossom or the green option, don't you? When you get it.
Yes, but I actually purchased one, and I was really lucky to actually win another set of the bonsai tree. So I made one of each color.
Yeah, but no, the
Wow.
flowers look really good. And when you look at it and think, hang on, those rose petals are car bonnets, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
It's
making right now
amazing.
for my flowers, for my cactus. Another arc, but this one will be glow in the dark. So I'm gonna turn one light inwards and one light outwards, and glue it all in. And then once the light switch off, it should all glow then, too.
Oh, so here's a recommendation: make one set of lights ultraviolet.
Yeah.
The reason why is the phosphorescent material that glows in the dark needs a higher energy light to act to because the way phosphorescence works, it kind of breaks the laws of physics a little bit. So phosphorescence allows a light to be phosphorescence works by absorbing energy of light, and it should not be able to escape. But there's a little weird mistake, we kind of call it, in quantum physics, that allows a tiny fraction of the light to escape. It's a bit like radioactive decay, the way it breaks down. You know, over the first hour, half it's gone. Over the second hour, the half of that half, which is a quarter, is gone. Over the third hour, it's 1/8, and so on, right? And it's a weird effect in quantum physics that it's kind of like a mistake. It shouldn't have happened, but it does. And that's what causes phosphorescence. So, but a UV light gives out so much higher energy light that it actually puts more energy into the phosphorescent material, so it stores it longer, so stores it higher, so it actually glows brighter than it would on a normal white light.
Okay.
Yeah, I have that type of light.
That's my science lesson for today. Yeah. A UV light, a black light, UV light actually makes it glow faster and better.
You can see the
going
hotspots
back to the
hotspots.
filament problem I have, when I push down at 200 degrees, when I push down the orange, it feels like it can run through, right? So, but when I put in the pink one, it feels a little more resistant. So I wonder if it's too high a temperature I'm actually running it
Which is why I said do a temp tower.
Yeah. I know.
I have a video. Check my channel. There's a video out there on temp towers.
I will.
Yeah. But colors also, once again, like you're saying, the colors are temperature dependent as well. Once purely for the additives. So plus or minus 5 degrees on one. I find my whites require a bit hotter, another 5 degrees. As all the other colors about 200. Whites about 205. Silks 210, 215. It depends on the additives.
Yeah, well, I find silks. I print whites at 195 on some of my printers. And so it all depends on brand as well. So
yeah, brand as well.
Yeah, so do a temp tower. That's how to get the optimal settings for that machine. Temp tower
for that
the print temperature
for that filament.
For that specific color of filament as well.
Color and manufacturer and brand. So like normal PLA and silk PLA both print different temperatures.
Do you all?
Jerry,
do you guys also do it?
One second. Jerry, you just showed everybody the code to your phone.
Yeah.
He's not even listening. You typed in the code.
Well, why would you bring that to attention if I did? Not tell me privately. That's okay. I'll change it.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
Well, if you don't seek it, come to my house and grab my phone. You don't know it.
But that's true. I don't. Yeah. That's true.
If they're going to do that, if they're going to do that, Liam, they take his thumb with them. They take the phone and his thumb and solve the problem.
Oh yeah. That's if he's got the biometrics. Yeah.
I put the link in private chat, Liam, for the ESC.
Oh, from AliExpress, yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I got. That's the new one. You'll see it's got a heat block on it, whereas the other one, cheap one, doesn't. The 5-amp one doesn't. It's got a heat sink on that one.
Yeah, let's go have a look.
I couldn't find one on Amazon. I could find single channel bigger ones, but I couldn't find a dual channel bi-directional apart from AliExpress.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up. Okay, so it's got the 2 motor cables and everything. The exact same.
It's all exactly the same as the 5-out one, but it's already pre-terminated with a DIN connector. But you see, it's got a heatsink on it.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that one works better. And that's what I've got. My battery's got a DIN connector, and I've got JSTs on my motor anyway, so I'll just plug straight in. So
that's not a heat. That's not a. What you think? That's not a heat sink.
okay.
That's your RC. That's actually
the
an
radio.
EMI shield.
Okay.
Yeah. That's an EMI shield covering the electronics.
Okay. We'll see how that goes anyway, because that looks a bit more robust than the 5-out one.
The fact that it's shielded basically means it'll be less prone to interference.
Yeah, hopefully so.
Yeah. Okay, so it's definitely not the filament's fault,
Why?
because now the pink one is not extruding.
Well, that's good. It's mechanical then. It's not a filament issue. It's mechanical.
And did you change the nozzle on that machine, on that extruder?
Yeah, that's the one we talked about earlier.
But did you already exchange the nozzle?
Yeah.
Then you need to take apart your extruder.
Yeah.
And check the gears on the extruder wheel, the extruder gear feeder, and see if it's clogged up with filament, so it's not extruding. On
Right.
E2, is that
I'm not doing that today.
okay? On E2, is the extruder the button for the filament feed? Is it tight?
It has always been like that.
Okay, I want to make sure it's tight. Is all.
Oh, like turning.
Turned wise, yeah, it should be tight.
Oh, it is. It is.
Okay.
My extruder box I can take apart now in 10 minutes and put it back together.
Yeah, this one's a bit more complex though because it's direct drive. Everything's mounted together.
I am scared shitless taking my CR6 extruder apart because of the exploding spring and lock on it. So everyone who takes it apart hates it.
Do it.
Always take lots of pictures. If you take anything apart, pictures.
Yeah.
That way you forget, I will.
And
I
here's,
camera myself.
with the spring that's on that, do it inside in the box.
Yeah, that's one option, but I've got a where is it? Hang on.
Got to do some solder work here, so I'm gonna put the plug up front.
Yeah. But mine is scared to misbehave because I have an easy CD one and a Creality all metal replacement as well. So it's scared to misbehave in case I change it out. So 2 different brands, and I've also got a spare extruder as well. So
Hey, Chris.
I just swapped the whole unit over. It plays up.
Yeah, so I might see if I can find that a similar type of
Chris Travis, how you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, Rising Phoenix.
I know, Tim. I know some guys use individual controllers per channel.
That's a very expensive way of doing it.
Yeah, they're expensive. They were quite pricey. So
There's
I'm just going.
drop in.
I'm just going for the cheap option. These are only $20.
It's only toys.
Twitch says if you measure your in millimeter, make sure you do it in the metric solder.
Sorry, I don't get that.
Yeah.
He's taking the piss.
Twitch, just read what Twitch said.
Yeah, I just saw it.
He would. Sorry, I probably came out wrong with my accent, so.
What accent?
I know. What accent I have?
Considering who's on the
Africa.
Considering who's on the channel at the moment with accents, there's every single window is a different accent. So
Excuse me, I don't have an accent. All of you do.
you bite me, Lim.
Oh.
But
Anyway, I find it very funny how it actually reacts when it's under extruding. Something that seems pretty nice printed is completely bonkers.
It's
Tim.
Oh, wrong.
yeah, the
There we
effects
go.
doesn't adhere.
Wrong screen. How you doing?
Good.
Look how weird it is.
Hey, Tim.
That is so.
Hey, guys.
Hello, Tim.
Hey guys.
So
Yeah.
once again, every single window's got a different accent, so we're good.
Yeah.
Hello. I've got this accent. This is my Canadian accent.
Well, that covers the globe
Well,
anyway
that's
for the
about
time
it.
zones.
That's about it, eh?
That's about it, eh?
Boot, yeah, a boot.
I've just been out and about.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know what
kinda-
you're talking
It's
about.
weird that everybody else on the planet lives in houses, but in Canada they live in houses. Yeah.
The Hoosiers.
Is that right, Tim?
We live in igloos. Igloos.
Igloos.
You're on the wrong side of the continent for that. Isn't the nuance on the west coast?
Well, there used to be a rumor that all the Americans thought that us Canadians all lived in the snow all year
Well,
round.
you can live in the snow, but the Inuits are the ones that claim the igloos, so and you're on the wrong coast for that.
I got the wrong mic on again, but as long as you can hear me, I guess that matters.
Yeah,
You
we
can hear
can
me
hear
there, Tim.
The mic is way over in the other side of the room.
Is your wine glass empty? That's your problem. Fill it up.
Yeah.
Have a heat. What the heat print on a coffee mug. If you
Is
can
that a
read
vacuum?
this
Is that a
will-
vacuum accessory there, Tim?
It is. It's
Or
a
a funnel.
custom vacuum accessory I'm
Yep,
working on for a customer, actually. This is beautiful filament. This is
Yep,
just that's that natural PLA. It's so nice, this stuff.
But wouldn't
That-
that PLA be brittle?
They don't want it to last. This is a custom piece because of what's inside it. And they want the customer to have to order them if they break them.
So they just want a trial. Use it for a test print, and off they go.
I'm just doing what my customer wants. It's pretty tough.
Mhm.
This filament's pretty tough. So what they're going to sell these to their detailers, and they basically really want them to break them because if they break them, they got to buy another one.
Hey Betty,
That's-
how are you?
Yeah.
Betty
That's-
Boo!
What's
What's going on?
That's for an industrial shop vac for the big diameter, and then just
Yes.
for nozzle crevice.
Yep.
Hey, Betty.
Hello, Betty.
We've been screaming for an hour and a half, Betty, and Betty came in. How you
Hey,
doing?
Betty Boop. Betty Boop. Betty Boop.
How's your weather down there, Betty? Nice and warm?
This
Hot?
hour, this
Damn
time of the
hot?
afternoon is probably going to be raining in Florida. It always
Yeah.
rains in the afternoons. In
Yeah,
Florida.
actually, she said it's been raining, I think, yesterday and today. She's in
Twice a
Pensacola.
day, in the morning and the afternoon. That's the normal situation, isn't it? This time of the year.
Well, it's more common in mid-afternoon thunderstorms. Is very common in Florida. Every time I've ever gone down there, the weather be beautiful, beautiful, beautiful all day long. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, rain, thunderstorms. 5 o'clock, nice and sunny again.
It's
Cleaning up the
more or
laundry
less
and then
like that
bath.
in Brazil as well.
Rain is all she's getting. Cleaning out a laundry room.
I made a flower for myself, Betty.
Oh, that looks good.
The fact that you make them for yourself, that's just sad.
Well, okay. I made them for my house.
Yeah, well,
So,
Your Lego
that's a
house?
while ago. You're trying to get
Are
out
you
of
building your
doing
Lego
gardening.
house?
You're going to print lots of these and stand them around your garden, aren't you?
I'm smart that way.
Some people have gnomes. You have Lego flowers.
That's
well,
true.
I'm doing okay because the wife liked the Lego bouquet, but I've yet to buy her any flowers in 30 plus 30 years of marriage. She hasn't yet to have me buy her flowers.
Need flowers anymore.
So if I ever buy her flowers, the first thing she'll ask is what's her name, and the second thing is I'm loading my gun. So I don't buy her flowers. So no complaints there, you see.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Phoenix, 117 today. 12% humidity.
Well, it's 111 right now in Vegas.
Yeah, it's not even close to that here. We're probably going to hit a max of about 80 degrees today. It's what? Let me check. It's 75 right now. Whoa.
15.
It's actually dropped down to 66. It's gotten cooler here.
It's only 37 in my igloo.
In my igloo.
A.
So, yeah. Oh, Tim, did you see? Did I show you my bath?
Your bath.
Bot.
His bot. He's done his bot.
Oh, your bot? No.
Tim, is it true in Canada they put syrup on the bacon?
Yes. Oh, I like
Yes.
that. That looks
You actually
great,
buy maple bacon.
That looks good. Yeah,
Really?
He's got a grill in the front. Look.
I like that. That's really good.
These
Nice
things are
color.
heavy.
Sweet and savory.
They are heavy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those
we do have-
D37s are heavy motors, Liam.
you can buy
They
maple-
are. Yeah, they're really heavy motors.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I was surprised that when you get the motors, they have a bit of weight in them. But when you
Put
put
them in
all
the
the parts
chassis.
together, you kind of go, "Oh my! Oh, we have the Pied Piper. Cool."
And don't forget, you got that 6mm rod as well. That's quite a bit of weight too across the chassis.
Yeah, and then you have the other
All
smaller,
those treads. Yeah.
smaller- and then you have and there's no battery in that yet either. The battery
No.
is
Yeah.
separate. And then I have 2 cans in the back of it, which adds a lot of weight.
Yeah,
But
but you've
it
drunk
keeps it
those. But they're
stable
empty.
on
You
the
would have
ground.
drunk those already. You'd have drunk those.
No, they're just soda. Because I haven't gotten, as I said, it only runs for a short period of time and then overheats and then weird stuff happens.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
flaps could go up on their own and one track will spin and the other side won't even move at all. Or something will move and the head will try to turn and just do small jumpy movements.
The other one is, was it Jason was saying, you want to change your earth out? Was it who was it that did the last week? Was on the conversation. They modified the earth ring to take it off so the voltage to the RC was on the grounding that was causing issues with the jitteriness on the servos.
Say that again.
There's an issue with interference on those cheap the receivers with interference. So you change the ground, a different ground for the receiver. I think Jason was saying that last week.
Do you have a diagram of what it did?
No, because I haven't got that far. Because I first got to get my ESCs working so it doesn't melt down the bots. But
I think originally he's running a ground to everything going to the same spot. And now I think what he's talking about is running separate grounds.
Yeah.
Just for together.
Was the interference was causing bleed over on the RC channels from the battery. So he did something to change the ground to remove the interference to bleed over because it was bleeding over on the channels. And he was doing very jittery on the receiver, especially these cheap Fly Sky receivers. So I didn't pay much attention because, like I said, my priority first is not to have the ESC burn through the bottom of the box. So
It doesn't always curve away from the extruder hole, but what you should do, it's because it's spooled. What you should do, hydraulics, is before you put it in, straighten it a little bit. Don't bend it too much. Just straighten it a little bit in your hands before you feed it in. That's all you have to do. Oh, for wire connectors, I was soldering stuff and using the heat shrink, and I got sick of it. So I went down to the store, and
the solder crimps. They're nice, but they work fine. Yeah, they're fine, but they're the only thing with those is if you get the knockoff version, because you got those, the German ones, but there are some knockoffs, and the knockoffs.
No, this is the Wago. This is the original.
Yeah, the Wago. Yeah, the original Wagos are fine.
Yeah.
If you get the proper Wagos, but there are a lot of knockoffs, and they still sell them as Wago. And what happens is they lose their grip, so then they can drop out. So be careful. Actually, as long as you get the genuine Wago, you're good.
Yeah, these are the Wagos. So what I'm going to do is, I need more cables I have to join because I will have to do. I'm going to I know you're supposed to cross your arms and with your with the motors.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to twist them together and feed them into these.
There is on Thingiverse the Wago rack, so you can actually clip them. There's a 3-bank, there's a 4-bank, and a 6-bank. So you can actually put the connectors into a frame. So then you got a strip to glue or solder to as a row. There is a Wago clip on Thingiverse.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Yeah, so you can, because at the moment you got the single unit, you can add. So then you can clip 3 or 4 units in a row. So you've got a strip to make it easier for tidying up the
managing.
connectors.
Yeah, oh, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might try that out. But so I'm going to do this because I have to redo some wires anyway because I have to put in a new ESC. And I did solder together, so I'm just going to cut off the wires and use these connectors to join them. That way, then if I have to move stuff around, I can always open it and
Yeah.
put in
The
redo it.
other option, if you want to go the cheap route, is the solderable joiners, whereby
I had those, but the problem is again you have to solder and they heat shrink, right? I have some of those.
Yep.
But these I prefer because if I need to move stuff around, I can unclip it and reclip it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So it gives me the flexibility until I get it right to play with
Then
it.
solder it up. Yeah, exactly.
Then maybe, or just leave them in there. And what I'll do is I have some of the thick heat shrink, the large diameter.
Yep.
I can just put the heat shrink over the way and just heat it and collapse it down.
That's fine. So now I've got a whole drawer of the small JSTs, the medium JSTs, the large JSTs, and just pop them out if I have to.
Yeah. So
I got to pop off for a minute. I've got a filament sales rep coming to see me, or the owner of the filament company in BC is coming to see me. So I'm gonna.
So you're gonna find
reviewers there if you need
See you later.
Thank you very much for coming by.
Tim's going to find a ski mask and gun to get a good discount. Ace them.
I'll try. If you're on after, I will pop in again.
Send me all the free filament, please.
Thank you.
I'll do what I can. I'm only getting a dozen rolls myself, so okay.
Cheers, Tim.
All right, man. Take care.
Yeah,
Jerry,
there's so many
Kieran is hiding
connector
behind
options.
the tree.
Betty Boop is going to Winn-Dixie to get steaks for tomorrow. Take care, Betty Boop. Have fun.
You can switch
That's
me
fine.
around if you want to give.
No, it's fine. Trust me, Liam. It's fine as it is.
Kieran doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be seen because he's got bedhead.
yeah, serious bedhead.
Oh, the other time I was here, I did this and looked over it.
Yeah.
That's funny. Right? Like this. Inside Kieran.
Yeah, that's right.
That's why I
fine,
mostly
it's fine.
sit on this side, you know.
No,
Oh, you can just move the.
You're leaning over that way, Matt.
Yeah, that's it.
You can just move the webcam.
No, that's
Yeah.
But the so I'm going to try my last ESC on this later on this evening, and if it works, great, and doesn't get overheated. And if it doesn't, then I'll look for the replacement ones. But if I buy an AliExpress, it's a 4 or 6 weeks wait.
That's the thing. That's the weight. So I'm not too fast. That's why I started the paint job on the top. So I painted up the top. That's all done. Though I did find with that speed land speeder, the back end is held on by a magnet. I shouldn't have painted with the magnets joined up because that's actually squashed together. So I have to break the paint to get them apart after the paint dried because it pressure sealed the paint.
You don't need. Well, okay, yeah, maybe, yeah. Because I know on the drink droid, the magnets are not needed.
Yeah, on that one it's a breakaway tail to cover the battery box access, so you can put the battery in from the back. So,
okay.
But I wasn't thinking it. I painted the whole lot in pieces and then put it together. I should have just left the ends raw where they made it up, but I'll sand that smooth. I'll sand that paint off it. Otherwise, it's fine.
Cool.
yeah.
Well, the speed
But the
is
ESCs,
on top of this,
those
right?
ESCs, I dropped a couple of comments on the Discord channel, and others have come back and said they got the cheap ones with these 37s, and they had no problems at all. So it's just purely and simply brand or dodgy batches because they are so cheap.
Yeah, it's probably dodgy batch because I mean all of mine are giving problems. So I'm gonna tear out the ESC that's in there now again later this evening, and I'll wire up the new one using the crimp connectors and see how it goes. If it goes fine, because I first wired everything up and I had problems with the arms, and then when I went doing some digging, I found that it was actually expanding to other areas, and I checked the ESC and it was so hot you couldn't touch it.
Yeah, so I had the same problem. So yeah, that's ridiculous. The heat shrink round that was all going very soft and gooey. So
yeah, I had the same problem. So so I'll try my last ESC, and if that solves it, I'm done. If it doesn't
I got 4 from AliExpress and 4 from Amazon, and 1 from each batch was overheating. So at the moment, I'm just leaving it in the background for the time being. I'll do the painting. I'll paint up the droid, and once that's all done, then I'll go back and look at the motor side.
I've had 3 out of 4 fail.
Yeah. he was saying that Dennis was saying was it Dennis had the bad batch?
Yeah,
He got
he had
two
a whole
bad
bunch of bad
batches.
batches.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
he had 12 of them, and 8 of them were bad.
yeah. So that's why I think stuff it. I'll get the 20 amp one just to make sure and we're out of the equation. And if they work, fine. So you got the link there anyway. See if you can find it somewhere else locally.
I'll search it out. But if
Yeah.
actually there's a company, there's an RC place not far from me, about 20 minutes drive, 30 minutes drive, and they sell RC stuff. So maybe I'll bring in what I have and say, do you have a higher amperage? They may have it in stock, and I can just buy it there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got the same here in
That's a
Perth.
good
There's like
idea.
three different places locally, but they all carry the single channel, and they're all the high end, $200 a pop, $300 a pop. Nah, go for the cheap route.
Yeah, well, I don't need anything like that because this is to me.
No,
It's a toy. It's a novelty.
Exactly. So that's why I've gone for the AliExpress. It takes a while to come in. At least with the current ESC, I can test it, make sure it works, function test it. Then it's just a matter for these. The new one works. Just pull the connectors off, put the new one in, connectors back in, job done.
Yeah, but I'll try it out and see if the last one works. I think I've only got one left. Let me check. It's just over here.
So, Rene, did you finish the lithophane what I sent you over?
I think I told you that I only want to do that when I have the table screwed into the wall, and then I want to make a new table for the wall after I get everything set up with the shelves and stuff like that. So not yet. I get the last shelves on Wednesday. So probably in a month or so, I'll have a new table for the printer, a heavy-duty table with a thick plate, and I can screw that into the wall, so it will never be wobbly or anything.
Yeah.
So I'm 100% sure that it won't tilt over anything.
So mine are wobbly.
Yeah.
Well, my shelves are going nowhere. You saw the picture of mine, and mine are going.
I know. I like them.
Well, each shelf sells $100. It's $150 a set.
Watch where you point that flame, Jerry. That's scaring me looking at that picture.
Yeah, my heat shrink isn't sliding over my solder joint, so I'm gonna have to take my liquid whatchamacallit and put on it.
Yeah, it was just the fact that you had the flame very, very close. At least you're pointing away from your crutch, but it was starting to scare me with the flame was going. Yeah. Did you solder?
It will add a new meaning to the term "ring of fire," right?
Yeah. Hot pants. Did you solder onto your D37s directly, Liam? Your motor
I
connections?
did. I soldered those joints. But I'm going to do the quick connect with everything else now because I could. Did you wire your arms directly to each like all 3 cables of your arms directly to your motors?
I haven't run the arms through to the ESC. I was just using the ESC to control the motor side. So at the moment with the land speeder, I've got the drive unit with nothing attached to it, and I just with the drive unit, the ESC was running hot without the RC gear attached to it, apart from the motors, and it was running hot with that. So if it's running hot with that, there's no point putting the arms in that in. But the arms, I've tested the arms and the head independently, and they're working fine on the channels.
Well, they work for me. They move because I use the servo tester.
Yep.
And everything's functioning. It's just that the more I think it's just my ESC. I think that's
that's it. I don't want to risk it. Like I said, I just had the ESC for function test the motor. Everything's working, and that's fine. I'll swap the ESC for the other supply source. Same problem.
Chris.
So that's as far as I've gone. So I thought, stuff it. I'll paint the top, the actual speeder bot, the land speeder. I'll paint the droid, which I'm working on. Once that's done, hopefully the ESCs will turn up sometime before Christmas. I'm not too sure what year. And we can go for there. But at least regardless, I can still drop the stuff together as a unit, and I can still road test it, pat the top off, and off I go.
Well, I've road tested mine without anything else connected to it, and it drives fine.
Oh shit! Yeah, did it drive fine with those D37s? It moves. It moves really quick.
It's got a decent bit of speed in them. It does.
Yeah.
I use liquid tape on it since my heat shrink won't work. So
Which is why.
That works.
Yep, liquid tape.
Unlike let's see. Unlike where do we go? Unlike Jason, my end comes off for road testing just to play safe. So
yeah,
this isn't attached for the road testing.
Please like and subscribe, guys. I'd appreciate it.
So
I'm getting really close to. Let me take a look here. See, I got a banner I made up for it.
Should be
I'm
all
at 2433 on subs. Right now I'm at 2433. Once I hit 2,500, I'm having a big giveaway. There's a lot of companies, a lot of private individuals that is donating to my 2,500 giveaway, and I've been talking about this for like 6 months.
It seems to slow down. You jumped up to 2,400 pretty quickly, but it seems to slow down again. So
yeah, sometimes it goes up and then it goes down, and people leave and come and go. And if I was a really big channel, it could go up overnight, but I'm not, so it takes time.
Well, you're doing it wrong. Just ask Tripod. Put the video on, let the magic smoke out, and you get lots of subscribers.
Yeah.
That's the magic smoke. I saw it.
Yeah. I actually scared myself one day. I was working on my hypercube. I'm taping it, or I'm watching it in Octolapse or something, and I'm sitting there vaping, and I look at the screen, and I see all this smoke, and it's like, what? And then for a split second, I forgot that I was vaping, and I blew it. So.
That's funny. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I film a lot of models like that. I'll make a model of Spawn or something, and I'll take a couple big hits of my vape pipe. I'll blow smoke at it and go click, 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 try to get a couple good pictures out of it. So,
yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
I have a dry ice maker, so if I want to do something with that, because I do sciencey nerdy stuff.
Why am I not surprised, Liam?
They're not hard to make. And like you can even buy it in some stores.
Oh, I bet.
You can buy dry ice in some stores. You just drop it into warm water, and you get a huge plume of smoke out of it. Of the vapor. Slightly warm water is all you need, because the vapor runs so fast.
Yeah, Carl, I subscribed to your channel earlier. Liam was telling me about it. I went over. Carl has a channel. If you want Carl, go ahead and post it, and you're welcome to post it, or we can repost it or whatever to get more subscribers. He's doing a print right now. It's time. Not sure how many more hours until it's done.
I need to set up my resin laps and give it a test. I need to find a way of getting the resin laps to work in that new printer.
So what's that? The
resin laps?
Yeah, I know that. But you're going to try and put the photoelectric cell inside the back to flash on? Like,
the problem is the seed maker doesn't have a hole anywhere where I can put in the cell. There's no gaps.
Yeah.
Bedhead.
Nah, I definitely need a haircut. That's a haircut. I'm due for a haircut. My hair's so bad at the moment.
So,
what happened to Gary?
And a shave.
But there's nowhere. It's so well sealed up. There's no vent or anywhere to stick in the
wire in, yeah.
So I end up having to drill a hole in it.
I don't know what happened, but I kicked myself out.
Yeah.
Welcome, Jerry, to your online show.
Yeah. There was it last week? I watched a guy build his own, the same way with the photoelectric cell. But what he did was he actually drilled a hole through the housing, and what he did was had a small couple of box on the side of the printer that the 3.5mm jack plugged into his camera on a male connector, so you could remove the cable and just had a small box with the interface as the wiring base on the back of the printer, so it didn't have any untidy holes exposed.
You could do that. I could do that, but I was just going to
involve drilling holes. Yeah.
All I need is a tiny, maybe a 5mm hole that'll go into it, so the UV light activates.
Just to see the flash. Yeah.
Well, it's not a flash. It's when the UV light comes on, it activates. It creates.
Yeah, it just gets that for the circuit. Yeah, triggers it over. And what about underneath? near the fan underneath.
No, that's the problem.
Solid.
Is the whole bottom of it is the fan that cools the heatsink.
Yep.
So there's nowhere in by that fan to put it. So I'd have to put
It'll happen once, but very quickly.
it will, yeah, and that'll be the end of my the Reslapse cable. I have to go get another one or repair it.
But the thing is, because it's got a fan vent there, is there no reflection thing that you tape it on the base near the fan grill?
No,
because it just wants to see that flash.
it wants
or
to see the
light
UV light exposed.
Yeah, the light turn on, and if the fan vent is open enough to see the light through underneath,
No, because the fan is underneath. The fan blows.
the fan's external. Okay, yeah.
And
I'm
on
with
top
you.
of that, above that, then is your heatsink and your LCD or LEDs that are above
The
that.
plate, yeah. So it's not
So
going to see any light.
they're
leakage.
actually shielded. Everything's underneath shielded from it.
Yeah.
So I needed somewhere up high to come in.
So the bastards have over-engineered it.
Well, that's a good complaint.
Yeah, exactly.
I will say that I recommend them to add a port in the back with something like a TPU plug.
A grommet, like a grommet. Port,
Yeah, a little rubber grommet plug, TPU or something, rubber that's pushed in, and then behind. And by doing that, then people who want to do octolapses can plug in there and use it.
Yeah. Or even better, hardwire in their own and just have the jack point. So it's actually an upgrade. So the actual photo sensor is built in a jack point. It's like your cable in. Design it with it built into it.
That would be but see, most people would never use that. It's only people who do reviews really that do that stuff, right?
Oh, people do the octolapse. Could be an upgrade. Or the grommeted hole is the cheapest option for an upgrade to the housing.
It would be, and it's an easy one to do. Is to drill one hole all the way through that,
and put a plug in it. Yeah,
that's wide enough for the cable to sit in there.
Yeah.
And they have two versions of the grommet. One with the hole in the grommet, so when you push it back in, the cable hangs in there and starts touching the metal. And the other option then would be just a plug.
That liquid tape wasn't completely dry, so I had to put some more goop on it.
Renee, did you decide yet what type of filament you're going to use for your lithophane in the future?
Yes. I think this white filament here.
Okay. Yeah, it's bleed through, yeah.
It seems fairly see-through. I can
How
see
many mil it is? It must be at least 8 mil thick, or the flower petal.
Well, I can see the. I don't. Do I have a flashlight? No, I don't. Yes, I had.
I don't know if I made these wires long enough. I made them a foot longer, and I think I should have went a couple more inches.
I think you can see the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jason's not here, and I'm not going to comment at all, so I'll leave that alone.
Yeah.
Don't hold back, Kieran.
Yeah, they're going to be too short.
We don't want to get Jerry banned,
Damn it.
demonetized. Yeah.
So can we do them again?
See, there's two pictures the same, but they're both from the same company, but different color of white.
Nice.
I'll just route them different.
I think this one is better right here. The darker one.
Yeah, I need that to dry. I keep getting it all over my hands.
Yeah, the lithophanes you're making, Matt, they're insanely beautiful.
Nope. Matt,
Yeah.
send me a small STL.
All right.
I want to see one of a lithophane.
Okay.
I want to see how it turns out on a resin print. I have white ABS resin there that I have to do some testing on.
Just let me know what size you want it and
Give me 1 second, I can tell you.
Yeah.
I'll measure it. 1 second.
And
I think with resin printing might be a little bit thicker.
I can't wait wait to print the one you gave me, Matt. But I want to make 100% sure that the table is absolutely sturdy.
I mean, they don't have to be totally sturdy. I mean, mine are rocking back and forth all the time, and
Right.
they're doing okay, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know yet. Since I put the new ones down there, I have to see how they come out. Actually, I will see over time. So, but right now I only have charity work on, and I only have this one in the middle, where I'm building a light arc for myself. The same light arc what I have in the back right there.
Yeah.
You know, right there. So I'm building another one.
Yeah, you do really nice things. Yeah, sure.
Where
Thank
did
you.
you go, Liam? You still audio there, Liam?
Liam,
He went in. I think he went in to measure
Okay, right.
the bed size for his resin
enough.
printer.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It depends all, I think, on the resin also, I think.
Okay, Matt.
Because not every white is white, you know what I mean?
Matt,
Mhm.
17 centimeters by 12 centimeters.
17 by 12. Okay.
And I'm going to print it flat on the resin printer.
12 by 17, okay.
Yeah, so by doing that size, and by doing it flat, I'll do a really fine layer height, but it'll be done in about a half an hour.
Wow.
Yeah, but see, I have three layers. I can do two or
It's
three
the layers.
Yeah,
layers.
So it's 2 or 3 seconds per exposure is all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the advantage.
And so
Was it?
and the nice thing about this is if they come out really well, resin would be a great way of doing small little things. Like Marcus is doing the same thing.
Yeah, Marcus last week, the lithophane he had he said it printed off so fast on his.
Yeah, it took him about 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Yeah.
Liam, I just dropped a link in private chat. Modern Hobbyist did the perforation option for the resin printer for the light. Have a look at it. It was an elegant way of doing it because it involved a small box that stays there on the printer all the time. You just disconnect the cable. There's nothing out of the way afterwards for doing the octolapse on the resin printer.
Yeah, I look into it. I just copied it.
Yeah. Because he didn't realise there was another option till after he put his stuff together, which is the cable. That's the pre-made cable, which is nice. But his solution is elegant because it just leaves a small interface box on the back of the printer. Don't have to leave the cable there all the time, and if you're not using it, it's out of the way. Either way, you still have to put a hole inside the case, so it's a tidy way of doing it.
Yeah. But the YouTube video, okay, I'll just pause it. I'll watch it later.
Yeah. Go right to the end because he went to start it from scratch and over-engineered it, and then went right down to the simple solution in the end, which is quite good, quite funny.
Yeah, but I look at it because I want to find a solution for this printer. I might reach out to the guys and say a lot of people again now are doing time lapses, and you have no ability for them to be able to port into it. So if there was a port in the back, just below the print area,
a perforation,
grommet in there or something like that, where you can do what this guy did was actually cable it up, build it into the printer, and then you just need to have a cable that'll do. You need to have a male cable to your camera. Then that solves the problem.
And that's what he did for this one. I just sent the link to, and it goes through the process. And when it's finished, it looks so elegant because it's just a small little black box in the back of the printer with a plug. You don't even see it.
It wouldn't even have to be a black box. It could just be a port.
It could be,
permanent port. Yeah.
Which is what he's done. He put the circuit board in and did it that way, which is just purely because that's what he did. But you could just put a 3.5 jack on the same way on the inside.
Oh, it's raining here as well.
I wish it's raining here.
Yeah, it's thunderstorms right now.
Cool.
Yeah.
Lucky you.
Sorry?
Lucky you.
Well, we get our fair share of rain up here.
Yeah, don't ring.
England too.
Vegas doesn't get a lot of it. So I will actually. I want to send him a final result of my testing. I found, and Jim also at ZYLTECH, because we were chatting yesterday on email, and the lid, because they expose because they do extrusion to make the lid, you get what's called crazing. You know what crazing is on acrylic?
Yep.
So in the heat, when it's exposed to heat, you get crazing on the acrylic because it's basically releasing all the stress from it.
Yep.
And his is even way worse than mine. Mine is bad. There's a lot of mine because I print mine in the garage.
That won't work.
And so does Jim. Sorry?
No, I just trapped my cable inside that handle. That's not going to work.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But Jim also, Jim does all of his presentations, the ZYLTECH presentations are from his garage as well, right?
Yeah.
And you get heat crazing on the acrylic, and in his it's really bad in compared to mine. And I hit temperatures in the last few weeks in the 90s. So like that's about 38 degrees, right? 38, 39 degrees.
Is that lid a hinged lid or just a pick up and
It's a
remove
lift
lid?
off.
Yeah.
If it was hinged, it's easier to do poured. But because it's not hinged, they're probably extruding, right? It's probably heated and it's stamped to force.
Yeah.
And then you get crazy.
stress.
So I don't know if they
Yeah,
can
more
address
stress,
that or what they can do to address that other than pouring and molding.
That's one option is like do a two-piece lid with a hinge on it, and that gets rid of those stress points. Yeah.
It would help at least anyway. Yeah. So let's see what happens. So he has the same issues. He's getting banding, which I've never seen on a resin print before. And it's bad. It's very noticeable. So he's investigating why.
Okay. What about releasing off the build plate? You have no problem with releasing off the build plate?
No. And I have no problem with releasing the build plate or releasing of the FEP. In the high heat, the FEP does tend to stick to the glass a bit more of the LCD. But you can hear it peeling off.
Yeah.
But that's expected in that warm. I'm actually thinking about making a chamber, because I have an extractor system for my CO2 laser. I'm half thinking about making a small chamber and put my resin printers in there, and then turn on my extractor. That means that I can have it running inside the house. So I'm considering doing that.
A bit of temperature control, yeah.
Well, it'll be cooler, but I need to be able to do it so I can set up the octalaps outside.
Yeah.
My camera needs to be able to look inside.
Color?
Sorry?
Do you want it to make the lithophane in color?
No, just give me something nice.
Just a test.
A nice quality test image. Something you think is really nice. I don't know.
That's family friendly. That's family friendly though, man.
Family
Make sure it's
friendly because I'm going to I'll use it as part of a review.
Mona Lisa.
Send him the one you made for me, just that size.
What's that?
No,
I sent him the sizes I need already for the resin printer.
Yeah, but let me show if I can find it again.
And I can always rescale it to fit the build plate. It's not a problem, but I'll go to. I want to see how it turns out. Let's see. Like I am imagining it's going to be flawless in its build because that'll be 100% infill, right? So smaller that would be 100% fill. So I want to see what it looks like, and I need to clean out my vat. And filter it out. I'll do that later tonight or tomorrow. All right, one of your cards.
Yeah,
that did come out nice though. That said I've seen a few of the cards and that came out nice.
Yeah.
This is my absolutely favorite
card. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is my favorite artist of the Magic the Gathering cards are Melissa Benson. I can't explain what she's doing. She's just
An elephant would be an elephant one would be nice. Well, give me something else, scenery or something that looks really good.
Elephant, yeah, that's what I just saw too in this moment. Elephant.
Yeah, that's what Loopy said.
Yeah.
The resin printer or the Ender 5 Plus. If you're trying, it depends what you want to do. A resin printer is great if you want to do models, and if you want to get detailed like this, a resin printer is the way to go. Right?
Yeah.
You won't get that. You won't get that on FDM.
No.
Here's looking at you, kid.
Oh, you got boobs since we last talked.
So,
No, the other one, the other torso, he's put aside for a special place.
no,
the other torso.
I haven't printed the other torso.
That's what you keep telling us, but the fact you keep telling us you haven't makes us wonder.
No, I haven't had time, and I don't think I will either. I have just too much going on. So, like I have two 1,000 gram bottles of ABS resin out there who I'm wanting to be printed on. So I was going to do one as a lithophane to show how it works out.
Yep.
And
Want the
then
border
the other
or
one.
flat border?
I don't care.
Did you
have to answer
print all of Laura on that resin printer, or did you? Okay, you just changed the filament, the resin. What you had available
a few times because
what I had
clear
and that,
and I ran out. So I had a grey resin, and I used it up for the torso.
Yeah.
And then I ran out of that, and then I had black resin that I used for the head, and I didn't have a full bottle of black. And then I went over to a clear resin for the guns and one arm.
What did you use to glue the pieces together?
Just a drop of super glue.
Okay.
Or you could always put a drop of resin in there, push them together, and it use a UV light to harden the resin.
Yeah.
There's different ways of doing it, but I don't have the super glue with the activator, which is what Jerry uses because he puts it together with the super glue and then sprays the activator and it goes into
2P10. 2P10.
That's it, 2P10, yeah.
You can use it for wood trim in your house for just about anything and everything. It's got a million different uses. Before I got into 3D printing, I already had that for other purposes.
I think Lowe's carry it.
I can just buy it off Amazon. It's cheaper and quicker.
Yeah, it's bucketing down rain here at the moment. Just here on the roof.
Cool.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I think Lowe's carry it, 2P10.
Probably. Yeah, all hardware stores should have it.
Well, Home Depot doesn't.
That's surprising.
Because I've been there, I've tried. Well, go back to what Dominic asked about the resin. If you want to do fine detailed model prints like that, you can do it on a resin printer, and it's easier and clean up. And but resin has risks, and it's messier to deal with, right? FDM, you can do really good prints with a well-tuned printer, and it doesn't do well for really small miniatures, but it does.
Miniatures, no, but that's horses for courses. So if you want to do your miniatures, resin printers, and because you're printing miniatures, they're so small, you don't have to go and get a large build plate anyway, and they're not that expensive for the printer itself for the miniatures.
Correct. Yeah.
So
you can get a small resin for $150.
Yeah, and which is still you still got the same quality and everything else. It's just a matter of what you want. Yeah,
that's 2K, right?
Yeah.
And they work out great. Like I have the Creality LD002R, and remember that Tronxy I was telling you I have, but they pulled the Kickstarter. It's on Kickstarter. They've actually released on Kickstarter again.
Finally, got all the bugs sorted out. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's going on with them. I have to ask about the resin VAT if they've changed it. Because I had problems with the VAT, but I believe the same VAT, the same size, dimensions, and everything VAT is used by other printers, and they might have them in aluminum. So I might just buy a VAT off them, because that's a great little printer, but it needs just a proper VAT because the VAT that's done it with it is useless for me anyway, because it melted on me. So, but then so that printer's sitting there idle, not being used.
Your vat melted. How'd it melt?
Oh, let me
Was it
show
pla-
you.
was it
Let
those
me
little-
show you.
A
Yeah,
resin
little
vat
plastic-
melt? What'd you put
Yep,
it in your oven?
yeah. No.
Never heard of
Yeah,
a
it's
vat
crazy.
melting.
Yeah, it shouldn't melt, right?
That's why the higher end with the milled aluminium or the cast aluminium and 3 or 4 of them, much better way of doing it. Yeah, the plastic vats are fine, but yeah.
Okay, put me full screen, Jerry. You'll want to see this one.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I'm glad you're sitting down.
yeah.
So I was printing ABS like material, like resin, and it printed fine. The print came out nice, and then I put some IPA into the vat to clean out the vat. Right? Here's the outcome.
Yeah, it's a little bit. The correct terminology is munted. Yeah,
The IPA did that?
The IPA and the resin and it melted.
they reacted. They reacted.
I don't know what in
basically.
the hell they print, what kind of plastic that is, but they done something fucked up.
Yeah,
So, like, look,
yeah.
That's crazy.
It was a chemical reaction, just the combination.
Completely.
Yeah, exactly. There's something weird about whatever they made
Yeah.
those vats out of.
so,
Yeah.
but
Because I have metal and plastic vats.
metal vats are great. The
Yeah.
aluminum ones are great because they take a bit of a beating. They're easy. They don't. The problem with the plastic ones is if you over tighten the vat, the plastic deforms with the FET, right? The aluminum one, that will never happen. So I prefer an aluminum vat over
Does,
the plastic ones.
with your new printer, does the VAT have registration keys to drop the VAT into, or
It's
just
got
screws?
slight little indents on both sides.
Usually
Yeah,
it's
that's-
small indent typically. Sometimes they got a notch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is what you want. Yeah, which is exactly
What
what
it
you
is
want.
there's a little where the bolts screws in on both ends. There's a little bit more aluminum on the end and on the along the very edge. So
It's got a
it
recess,
down
a little
bit.
recess cap. Yeah,
Well, it's a bit extra, and then in the base there's a little bit. There's an
registration mark.
indent,
Yeah,
so one sits into the other.
Yep.
Otherwise, it'd be very hard to align because you can't see it.
yeah,
But
exactly.
That makes it
exactly.
really easy. So yeah, that's my melted vat story, which is kind of interesting.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
So in Dominic's case, if you've got to use to print out lots of miniatures or small scale thing, the resin printer is the way to go. But
Printer, yeah, a small printer like this size is like if you're doing miniatures, it's smaller than my hand. Like, and this is great for small parts.
Yeah.
You don't need not.
Well, was that a
also the
2K?
advantage is a large,
Yeah,
a really
2K,
large
2K,
resin
yeah.
printer.
what's a 2K?
Yeah, this is a 2K, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
A really large resin printer, you're going to run into a few issues with it, and the issue is you have to pour a lot more resin in to get enough resin height in the vat to be able to
do
print.
the side. Yeah.
So you have to fill. So if you're doing small components, you have to fill a lot more material in there. With a small one, you just pour in it's a fraction less.
Yeah.
It's maybe half
I mean, the
material.
The big vat's good for multiple runs. Always feel, if you're going to print it, make sure your bed plate's full and you're okay. The more area you got in your build plate, use it up.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a small one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're only doing miniatures, a small one is the right way to go. You don't need a
Yeah.
big vat if you're only doing miniatures.
could
Hey,
do
I'm
some with-
thinking. Sorry, Matt.
Careful.
Go ahead.
Careful, that'll hurt.
Yeah.
There should do some vats what have like a tank in the back, but
There are
automatically
some that
refills.
do that, and they're very they become really expensive, and then it becomes troublesome. Now, what some of the new guys are doing, like I know JG Maker, their new G6, which they're just about to release in the next few days. The G6 4K mono resin that they're about to release actually has a sensor in there that can actually sense the resin, and if the resin gets too low, it'll pause the print and park out of the way until you pour in more resin. When you hit resume, it'll come back down and resume your print. That's nice.
JG Maker, they're taking their printers to the next level to make sure everything is running smooth.
They're trying to.
Really,
They're being
really
innovative.
like that.
Like the same printer that would do that on other printers, it gets really expensive, and they're doing it for roughly the same price as all the others.
Yeah, but they're doing something genius.
Well, it's a good. I think. I wouldn't say genius. No offense to the guys. It's something that was badly needed for a long time in resin, and they're doing it where other people on really, really, really expensive resin printers do it. Like they even had a printer, the G5, was a resin printer with a curing station as one big box. It's very expensive. It was expensive, right? It was designed for. It wasn't designed for a home. It was designed for industry, and but the nice thing about it is you'd pour in resin, right? And then you can take out the resin bottle and get another resin bottle, and there's a tube coming out the back, and put it in there, and it will actually constantly keep its resin topped up on its own. It pump in the resin as it needs it.
Like a circuit, so it'll circulate through your vat constantly.
Well, no. Well, what it does is it pumps new stuff into your vat always.
Oh, okay.
So because it sensed when the resin was low and it brought in new stuff. So
you hope so.
No, I know that's what it used to do, right?
No, I mean, it
now,
senses.
the
If
new
the
one-
sensor failed, it'll just pump up and overfill your vat. That's the worry.
Well, I think their default was if there was a failure, it wouldn't pump at all.
Right,
The de facto
okay.
was never the pump, because it wasn't always pumping. It only came on when needed.
Any kind of a pump system is just something else is going to break and not work properly.
I
So
agree.
you need to add it manually only. Anything that's going to pump resin, unless it costs $100,000, that's complete crap. It's going to break, fail.
But I think the sense when you're low on resin and to pause your print is a great idea.
Yeah.
Like more and more people are printing large prints nowadays.
My colleague, he is way into board games. I mean, insanely into board
That's
games.
the perfect use for your resin printer. Mind you, the FDM as well for the
Yeah,
game terrain.
he's printing.
The terrain. Terrain.
No. He's printing boxes for the stuff inside the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that storage system?
Yeah, storage system for the boxes. Well, for the content of the boxes, so it fits inside the cardboard box.
Yeah.
FDM is fine for that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And the cool thing is, his girlfriend is a teacher. And when she needs to record a video, the deal is she just turns off the printer. Which is pretty cool because it says auto resume. So he just nips off the bulb that comes on and then it continues. But on his 47-hour print with 20 minutes left, it failed.
How to make friends with influence people, yeah.
That's one.
Well,
way to
he
do it.
couldn't be mad because that's what they talked about. She should just do that because it has always just run smoothly and started up again. But I don't know, for some reason this failed. I don't know what it was.
A long print's never going to fail at the start. It's only going to fail at the end. That's really
And
Yeah.
always,
Murphy's
and
law,
always
man.
the last few minutes.
Yeah.
But so it's kind of but so if you want to go resin, go small unless you want to print big. Like you need a large resin to do this.
Yeah.
You don't need a large resin to do miniatures.
Mid-size
the
resin
whole-
printer, I think, are the best.
Well, that's what I mean. By large, I mean like the Mono X and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, you can actually build your own UV resin printer. You can build it from scratch yourself. People do it all the time. There's lots of projects out there. People with instructions of how to build your own resin.
There's Discord groups for that also.
Yeah, lots out there.
A lot of companies that build resin printers started out on the Discord groups, and that's where they got their ideas from. Then they said, "Hey, let's make a company."
Chris is doing his Black Widow in his resin printer at the moment. He's saying he's got the torso in the curing station right now.
Oh, cool.
Similar size to Liam's Laura, I think. That one is similar sort of size.
Nice.
The Black Widow is.
Yeah, that's the full size. So yeah, who did the design, the model? I don't see it in chat.
He's been doing a lot of stuff in Hex 3D also.
Okay. Yeah, I need to reach out to Hex City. VX, yeah. I saw the one on their YouTube, or not YouTube, on their on the Facebook group. It looks good. I actually I prefer, I like the Black Widow one is good, and also so is what's his name? The robot. What's his name? Vision.
Oh, the
Their Vision design it looks fantastic.
Oh, Liam, send me in Facebook your email address, and I send you a cloud link.
Sure.
Kieran, what's the YouTube link?
4.
You posted a YouTube link in the chat.
Oh, the YouTube link was for a ESC electronic speed controller, 20-amp speed controller.
Oh, okay. So
because that's the one where. So what I've done, the 5-amp one was basically getting very, very warm, like Liam had. So I went to track down a 20-amp one, and that'll turn up in a month or two. It's not too bad. It takes about 4 weeks to turn up in China.
What's up, buttercups?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I sent you that, Matt.
Okay, yeah.
Well done.
One back.
So yeah. So I'm going to try my last ESC this afternoon and see what happens.
Well, like I said, I'm not too fussed. Like I said, I went straight to painting the other bits, and I'll look at the power unit.
Yeah. I might not build any other bots though. I might just do this, and then I'm going to try and work on doing the larger ones.
Yeah. But they're a great intro. That's the whole thing.
They are. I found the metal pins on my tracks.
Yep.
I have to hot glue them in.
Yeah, but you got stainless, didn't you? I said,
I got
so
He had hot glue. He said they were falling out. All my pins I had to press in. I've never had it so loose they would fall out.
Mine were.
Yeah, you got brass ones as well, Jerry, but Liam got stainless. Which
I bought
slightly...
stainless last time. They were out of brass,
Okay.
so I moved to stainless and I still had to press them in.
Well, it's fine. I'm just saying they work great. I'm just saying all I do is because one side it's sealed up, the other side's got the hole where I put them in. So I just drop a little bit of hot glue in them, and it's easy to remove the hot glue. It just peels out.
Yeah.
So that's what I've been doing with my ones. If I can get the ESC working tonight, I'll be
Hey,
up and
German
running.
3D printing nerd.
And if not, I'll complain to the guys and I'll go to the manufacturer and complain and say send me replacements. It's weird. They're getting so super hot. They shouldn't be doing that. It's probably because they're drawing too much voltage, as what it is.
Yeah, so that's why I'm going to resolder my motor connections and resolder my battery connection in case one of them's got a bad solder on it, just to pull the ESC.
Well, yeah, but if it's soldered and it's in place and there's no strands hanging out, you should be good. So, and like I know, I double checked on mine, and I even when I did mine, I put heat shrink over it and I heated it on to give it rigidity because those off stands are very flimsy.
Oh yeah. I mean,
so by heat shrinking them, I actually made them stiffer so they won't flex anymore.
Stiffer the better.
Yeah, I agree, Jerry.
That's what she said.
that's what they all say.
For a whole 5 minutes, right?
Well, that's what you say, Jerry.
Including the
I
cigarette,
can't agree with that one.
Including the cigarette break.
Oh, God.
Well, we're only saying that, Liam, because you did the conversation, so we made a few comments when you went there, and it involved cigarettes.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, I don't smoke, so I wouldn't know. I never have.
Yeah, and that was the thing. Yeah.
21.
Many bad habits, but smoking is never one of them. Actually, don't drink anymore either.
Liar.
No, I don't. I gave it up years ago. I haven't drank in years.
I didn't have drinking years either. Maybe it's
a
it.
little bit there.
I have a beer every couple months, or maybe a beer a month, but it's very rare. I don't drink hard liquor at all.
I'm like that. I wouldn't even have a beer a month. I would have I'd have a beer I might have a drink around Christmas time, around the holidays.
Sometimes I'm in the mood, and sometimes I'm not.
So, like,
Loopy.
Exactly.
I
Have
Christmas
you actually?
dinner,
Does Matt actually know he's quitting? Because Matt may not know he's quitting.
Yeah,
as of
he
yet.
knows now.
I know I'm quitting. I'm trying to quit. I mean, I did for 2 days, no tobacco, but I went up the wall. I couldn't sleep at all, and oh,
Well, you've been
Yeah.
told you're quitting, Matt.
Yeah, I know.
Nicotine addiction is gonna be bad. I mean,
Yeah.
my parents both used to smoke, and my mum went cold turkey. My dad took ages. He went to go to a pipe, and then he went cold turkey after the pipe. He was on the pipe for a long time.
Yeah, my
Matt,
mom
here's
went
the
cold
reason why
turkey
to give it
too,
up.
and it was really tough. She said, but she stuck through it, and
Yeah.
now she's like, yeah,
Matt,
You know.
here's the reason why to give it up. Oh, wait, now
Here's
let
some-
Terry do his show and tell.
Here's something I have to throw away. I printed this out in PLA, and as you see, it's a screen mess.
Hairy.
But I have
hairy,
under
yeah.
extrusion. The top half of it is like a sponge, so it's complete crap. It was a great design. I haven't even tried to see if it'll fit, but I'm gonna have to reprint it. Obviously, that's one to show it to you here. And instead of putting the spool underneath, I'm not going to mount the spool underneath and have the full
Toolbox.
sensor.
A big
What's that?
toolbox. A
Yeah,
big
yeah,
toolbox.
exactly. So it should slide in just like that.
Nice. Yeah. Perfect.
And in the back, I've got the power cable. So if I back it off just a little bit,
It should go all the way in.
yeah, slide that back a little bit, and that'll go in flush.
Perfect.
So
Nice. I like that design.
You need to print the front with the handle in the same honeycomb texture that the perforations have on it.
yeah,
Just put a pattern on it. That looks the blue and yellow still look like a nice combination there, Jerry. Looks
Yeah,
still come out nice.
It does.
yeah. This door
Now,
needs to be
now,
the
you,
same
now you've got
yellow.
to print a new bezel cover in the same yellow because the orange clashes.
So I got to reprint that. I'm not putting the spool underneath. I'll keep it off on the side. I added a handle to it that I got off the Prusa side if you ever need to move it around or carry it. So, yeah.
No, I like the colors.
Power switch moves to the front. USB moves to the front.
That's just those two items alone. The power switch and the USB on the front alone make it worthwhile.
Yeah, and then right here you can stick extra of your flash drive, whatever USB
Yeah,
stick.
yeah.
Just plug them in there. And there's like a little under extrusion, like a crack here on each one of those. And I noticed that on the one that Joseph Prusa did in the video, it was like that, and the files online was like this. I guess that's intentionally supposed to have that slight bit of separation just to make it tight going in. But everywhere I've seen has that slight crack right there in the layer. But yeah, it looks pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah, but it does make the printer look beefier and almost like a real printer.
And I've got a sub coming today off Amazon. I ordered a clock for this off Amazon. And I realized that when I printed all these parts, they were pre-sliced with Prusa, and they were designed for PETG. Well, I was using their PLA, and I didn't realize it. So I was printing at like 250 on PLA, and all the parts came out fine. And they got their bed cranked at like 100 for some reason. And then I started to print some regular PLA. When I went to print these inserts, I was trying different colors, and I couldn't get nothing to stick to the bed. I kept having problems. Then I realized that for some it's an all-metal hot end, which I've never used an all-metal hot end before. So when I cranked the tips up like PETG temps, I would have on a quality machine, everything started printing fine on this.
Well,
So-
yeah, with non-metal hot end, you need to increase your normal print
Yeah.
temp by about 5 or 10
10
degrees.
degrees.
Yeah, well, I increased it by like 15 or 20 degrees and it solved the problem. And I always preach to people about an all-metal hot end to do this and do that, but I've never owned one until now. So, anyway.
Nice. I like it.
But does it turn on, Jerry?
I haven't checked it yet. Yeah, since I messed with the wiring, does it turn back on?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, no magic smoke, guys.
Yeah, well, it's possible. You never know.
Jerry wants the extra 70 subscription, so it could be worth it.
Yeah,
Let's see.
that brings a whole new meaning to the puff pass sentence.
We
Oh, it
let's
turns
look at
on.
the
It
screen
turns
a lot.
on. There you go, Jerry. All good. But does it pass the self-test is the next question.
So, yeah, everything's good on that.
Yeah. Now,
Cool.
we'll see.
Nice.
Oops.
What is the circle off? You got a circle line. Is the circle off or on?
Hey, doggy.
On a power switch, you got a straight line and a circle.
Straight line should be on. The circle's normally off.
Okay, then I plugged it in right. So, which I didn't know, so it doesn't matter to me. But
Yep,
anyway.
yep.
But yeah, that's got to reprint that drawer a different color that matches. That'll be pretty cool.
Just power it back on and do the self-test to make sure the y-axis moves correctly. Just making sure you did, because you did reroute the belt.
Yeah,
make
that
sure you put
that block I didn't change at all.
Oh, that's all right then. So I'll go back on the same way. Hello, doggy.
Yeah.
Hello, doggy.
Hey, Sandy.
Hello,
Lou.
So,
Hello.
Kieran,
Hello.
Oh, it's
Sandy.
what do you do if he turns around and says, "Hey, Kieran, how are you?"
Yeah.
Say, who in the F is that? People are talking to you. They're saying hi. Yes, they are. They're saying hi.
She said,
Chicken
"I don't
and
care. I just
food."
want snacks.
And we've had her for a year now. Her name is Sandy. I was trying to figure out what to name her. Got her from the pound, and I figured she looked like a Sandy. So here comes Nikita. Come here, Nikita. Here's Nikita.
Do you have to chip your dogs over there, Jerry?
That's what?
Chip your
Chips.
dogs.
Yeah, they have chips. They all have chips. They've been fixed from the pound. They get shots every year or so when they're due.
Yep. As you do.
beautiful dogs, Jerry.
Yeah.
Here you go, that's mine.
So I didn't see that jump up there on you, Matt.
Yeah. She's my elephant hunting dog.
Yeah. What happens is the elephant sniffs it up the trunk, it gets blocked, it suffocates, and you catch the elephant then.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it
Got it from within.
Yep, that's it.
Got a wire mess here.
and this is the sound it makes when you takes out the dogs from the trunk.
Oh yeah, there's something else I can put on. I forgot. Got these little plastic inserts. Oh, and I got to put this on the tray. Where you at?
Yep.
Where's the camera?
Pointing at the printer. Yeah.
And I got a bunch of these to block up the 30-30 extrusion so crap don't get in it.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I print those as well for my printers.
You don't think about how much debris and stuff gets in there till you do it the first time and blow it out, and you see how much stuff's in the damn. Yep, put the inserts in. Yeah. And more of the honeycomb, little surrounds for the honeycombs. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I do my inserts out of make them black, so then you don't even see them in the view.
No, exactly. I don't even see them.
Sorry, I'm chipping away at this.
Yeah, but it's just one of those new fidget tools for you.
Yeah, because it's not usable. Well, it might become usable, but I think I think if I took off the FEP and I sanded it all the way around with it, and then went to a really fine grit sandpaper and sanded it smooth.
Is it worth the effort?
No. But like, is building a bot worth the effort? You know?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
How many hours do we put into making that?
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Hello.
my small bots, the R5 and the Tito took 60 hours, I think, print time in total.
Yeah.
Which wasn't too bad.
No. But but it's a lot of work for a lot of maintenance after that, because there's a lot of maintenance to go into these afterwards.
Yeah.
But,
It's still just the fun doing it. I mean, it's one of those things.
Oh, it is.
When you're a kid, you lust after these. Well, I did at my age. The droids. Same for the lightsaber I built. The same thing. Built your own. Finally, could actually build my own lightsaber, so that was fun.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
Liam.
Yes.
Liam, if I send you the STL file for this maze for the Sauron, how much do you need for it to actually make it and ship it to me in resin?
Shipping would be a killer.
I don't care.
No, I mean serious killer. I'm like, shipping that to you would probably cost you $40 probably cost you about $50 or $60.
I don't care, to be honest.
in that case, The shipping from Liam is actually $120.
No, it's $500.
It's the service and handling fee to go on top of it. That's
Well, the shipping, the shipping is probably about $60. The handling is another $500.
yeah, there you go.
All right.
Why?
So
Why
you
do you want it? Why do you want it? Why do you want it resin printed?
Because
It's the only piece
it's so thin, and it when the print turns around, it makes this edge here. It's not nice.
It's the only piece that doesn't quite work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Send me the STL.
Ow.
Yeah.
What was that, Jerry? Did you say oh?
Yeah, I had a pain in my lower left side stomach.
Okay, as you're twisting back and forth.
Well, hopefully. I've had a lot of intestinal surgery things going on, but over the last couple of years. But yeah, it's probably just from twisting.
Yeah, so if you redo that toolbox, just put the honeycomb pattern in the toolbox as well, Jerry, just to finish it off. If you redo your tool tray, that'll look really nice in the front. Then honeycomb on the front.
When I downloaded the game body source, it has a lot of different names.
Yep.
So obviously the FDM file is for a 3D printer, but then it has DLP SLA.
Yeah, that's the SLA ones. Yep.
You can take any FDM print, you can slice it and hollow it and do whatever with resin.
The game body do specifically split their models up into FDM or resin. So you get in the resin one. Get in the resin one, Renee, much better.
And the way I'll print it, and I'll print it with supports on, Renee, and I'll print it instead of doing it standing up, I'll print it on its side.
Yeah.
Right.
Fine. Yeah. Perfect.
Because that way the layers will run through, rather than the layers being this way. And because with this weight and you're printing this way,
I understand.
It'll stick too much to the FEP, it'll pull it apart.
Yeah.
So by printing it this way, it'll be better, stronger. And I'll print it with supports on. I will wash it and cure it, and then ship it with everything on it. And what you'll have to do is you will have to snip off the supports very carefully. There'll be little nubs on there, and you'll have to sand them down with fine sandpaper. Okay.
Yeah, I'm all next month. I'll buy a very fine small file set.
Yeah, and what are the ones that you use, Jerry? What are they called again?
You get them off Amazon.
Yeah.
For your fingernails, whatever. These little sanding.
They're really small ones, the thin ones.
Sanding. They're called twigs. Sanding twigs.
Yeah.
And they're all different. Little tiny things. You can snip them, throw them away, or these work really good too.
Yeah, I have that little filing set, but you need only sandpaper for resin prints, Kieran.
This is a twig right here.
Yeah,
no,
sanding
it's more just to get
what you get.
It's more just to get into the corners.
Get
the angles.
and crannies.
Yeah, for the supports. That's what they're good
That's
for.
what you get yourself, okay? Sanding twigs. You buy them on Amazon, get them delivered, and you have them ready. So, I'll ship it over to you. I'll let you know how much it costs.
Sure. All right, guys.
I'm guessing it's going to be about 50 or 60.
No worries, man.
Thank you very much, Matt, for stopping by. Appreciate it.
All right, Matt. Take care.
Bye, everybody.
Take care.
Bye, Matt.
First get out of here. Run.
Take the tray back out.
But yeah, so I will send me message me the file, and I'm going to be cleaning up my vat probably this evening or tomorrow, and I will. I might even do that one first because it shows a lot of detail. Now this is ABS-like, so it'll be strong. It's an ABS type resin.
Cool. Really cool.
Because then I also have to there's a print I want to do of not Megatron. What's his name?
Not Optimus.
No.
There's two file sets I'm considering.
Why
to buy
files?
Both.
Why two files?
One flat and one triangular.
They have the options on
and
Game
one
Body.
round.
Okay, whichever one you want has the most detail, because this will give you the most detail.
No, I'm talking about the file set. File set.
Oh, yeah, get the flat ones.
Get the square ones. You get the square one.
Yeah.
The rectangular ones.
I'm getting a set with all 3 types: a triangle, a round, and a flat one.
Okay.
There you go. Cover all options.
Yeah. Okay, so but there's also a SLS file. Should it be the SLA or the SLS?
SLA.
SLA. Okay.
And
There's an eco and there's a normal one.
Normal. Are you sending me the STL file?
High resolution. You get the normal.
I'm.
When I buy up Gambody, I download everything because I just paid for it, and then I figure it out from there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I downloaded everything too.
Yeah. And I like the way they actually notify you when the files get updated for any issues or upgrades, which is nice. Just get a little email up to go again.
Let me check one thing. So one of the Autobots I want to print out of this resin. It's a white resin. Let me bring it in and show you.
How many channels does it have, Jerry? That's an awful lot of channel inserts.
Yeah, it's just for sticking here and there.
Half and half. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Wait, I need to figure out if it should be the left hand or the right hand I need it on. This is a pain.
So
assembly manual.
This is what I was sent.
Sure, that sounds good.
It's
okay. So that is the right hand.
N68 white tough resin.
Cool.
I've got two 1 liter, 1,000 gram bottles.
Okay, so this is the right hand.
Because they asked me to do a test of it, and I said I would. So this will be part of the review. I'll print that for you. I'll do a lithophane, and then I'll do my my print of the Autobot. Because I got 2 of these.
Cool.
What size is your vat then, Liam, for that printer?
Oh, it's
600 mil, 700 mil.
Oh, it doesn't give you. It doesn't have grading amounts.
No, it just got the fill line on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't even have a fill line. Let me show you this. Yeah, let me bring it in.
My Anycubic, they've got the pour spout on the back of it, so when you take the vat off to go dump it and filter it, it's on this back left corner. So technically, you have to set it down and turn it around. It's not in the front right where it needs to be. It's in the back left. It's like, why in the hell did they do that? And if you turn it around thinking you have it backwards, the fill line is marked on that side. So technically, so it's on something's on the wrong side. Yeah.
Now, that's surprising that Liam's vat doesn't have a fill line, because with the larger printer and the print head, print head, I suppose, the displacement on it, you'd expect to have a fill line for your displacement, so they don't ever fill it.
There is no fill line, but I'm assuming what they've done is the vat. Let me take out this foam. Yeah. They have a step in it.
Okay, and use that for your fill line.
And this is aluminum.
Yep.
So I'm assuming that's your fill line.
Yeah, because you have to have some sort of notification because of your plate displacement. So you want to know.
Yeah. So I filled it to the top of this, and the plate comes in and out without issue.
Yep. So it may just not be documented. So there's something to actually add to their review, Liam.
Well, I didn't get they sent me the user manual recently, and I haven't looked at it yet.
Yeah, just check because if not, that's an oversight, because you definitely want confirmation of your fill line.
Yeah, I'm assuming it is the top of that little lip, though. Yeah. You fill it to the top of the lip.
Yeah.
Because then the rest of it allows for expansion when you put it
exactly, and the displacement with the displacement and temperature expansion as well. But check the manual, just see, because you think they want to have some indication on it.
I agree.
Yeah.
And by the way, when you're talking about the indent, you see here.
Okay. Yep. Yes, just enough to make it worth.
Just enough to key it on both sides.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
It's a big vat.
So all done and dusted, Jerry.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
It does
It
look good.
does. But
This
Yeah,
but-
that's
wire,
nice.
these wires right here were supposed to go around the back and down through the frame, but I only made them a foot long, so technically, like I had to reroute them unless I extend them, then I can run them around a different direction.
Yeah.
Then it's
Jerry,
like tied to the other
saying
one.
that you should buy connectors like this.
yeah, that's it. Well, he did. That's what he did for the actual length, but he just made it a bit short. So
I know.
easy
And-
fix.
I need my ribbon cable for the LCD needs to be lengthened out of the board a little bit so the screen will flip up higher, because I can't bring it up any higher than that. It's just laid back quite a bit. Then there's a tray right here to put whatever in or debris. And I'm trying not to generate power, and I got a tray right here. And I got all these
That-
inserts in it, so
It's a nice setup. I like the additional legs on it.
Yeah, the legs make it robust, stable, and with the switch and everything else, that alone, it just looks like a. That's
They
how it
should
should have
ship it
come.
with that. They should
Yeah,
ship
exactly.
it with those legs.
Exactly.
that was by David Warboss, the mini base, the designer of it. It's over on Prusa. And then the door that I have to reprint that's over there, that's by Donkey D. He has it up on Prusa's site, and I believe Thingiverse also. I need to reprint that, and then I'll put a drawer underneath it rather than film it. But there are other parts where I can reroute this filament sensor to go up underneath it here and then have the spool under here. I don't want that.
So I
Dog.
think they should ship it with the stand.
Or add on.
Well, it gives you something to print once you buy it. People are like, okay, I got a printer, now what do I do?
Yeah, but
Just
just
print it, great.
well, some of the parts you can't print in the Prusa because they're too big.
So, well, everything will print on the Prusa.
Apart
All
from
these
the tray.
parts-
Apart from that
except
tray.
The tray won't print, that's it.
All,
But the tray's
all
something
parts-
that,
Can't you
All the parts.
clip up the tray in 4 parts and then glue it together?
You could.
Yeah,
Well,
but
yeah,
that
you
wasn't
could.
done. The tray wasn't done by Prusa. That was just an add-on someone else had designed.
yeah.
Let me put this back outside. 1 second.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks pretty good.
Oh, by
like
the
I
way,
said,
Kieran,
it's not black and orange, but that's okay.
Yeah, Renee. Yep. Go.
I put a link into the files. Well, you just need to see the photo. The text is Danish, but doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So that's for the there's 2 sets. There's a
Oh, yeah,
white
yeah.
box that is made by Citadel, and then there's a see-through box with some red handles. I really considered to purchase both sets because they
The
look-
one that Jerry's on about is the one in the bottom left. The plastic sanding needles. That's what he
the
was on
white
about.
box.
No,
Sanding
not this.
twigs.
On that link you sent Renee, on the middle of the page, on the left-hand side, underneath the miniature and model files and with the red handles, you've got that little plastic, the white rods.
Oh,
Because
gotcha.
they're plastic and they're flexible, so they can get into the nooks and crannies.
Gotcha.
The ones that I have are made
There's
out
nothing
of.
wrong. There's nothing wrong with the metal
foam.
needles, the metal files. They're fine as well. But it's just for getting into the small crannies.
Yeah.
The plastic, you can move them and push into the small corners, and also clip them and shape them for the size you want because they're plastic. Just clip them off and get a thinner one, or a change of shape. And like
Gotcha.
Liam says, the resin sands so nicely, you don't
Oh,
need
yeah.
much effort to tidy it up with those little plastic ones.
Yeah, it instantaneously sands out
And
easy.
the
on wood.
advantage of those plastic ones is because they are plastic, there's less risk of damaging the model.
What
So
Kieran
more
said.
like, yep.
No, cool. So yeah, so
But there's nothing wrong with getting some of the ordinary small files as well, because I use them all the time on the FDMs for tidying up holes and just tidying up corners.
Yeah,
I've got-
exactly. I really have a problem because you can see the gap here. It's getting snug-er, but it's just hard to do with the sandpaper.
well,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
what you do is you glue them together, and the gap that's there is you fill it and then
Spot
sand
putty.
out the outside the surface.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, you
spot putty.
can't do that because
The steps.
you can see here there's a step. You have to get them all the way together, otherwise it look absolutely horrendous.
No, but I'm saying you can file those edges down with those mini files. These mini files.
I know
will
you
do that.
can, but then you won't get the texture.
Yeah, there'll be a smooth spot because he's got like a pattern
Yeah.
each side of the bridge, and when he does that, you'll lose that. You'll have a flat break between the two patterns.
Yeah. So I need to have it completely together, and then follow the bumps and the groove. What do we call these?
The groove,
What-
yes,
The seam.
groove. It's a groove.
Seam.
No, it's a groove.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
groove.
the
It's
groove.
it's an indent.
Oh,
It's an indent. It's a groove.
sorry. Okay.
It's a
Yeah.
groove.
So I need to have that
Or a
in
recess.
some way much better, and this insane cloak. There's 8 parts to this cloak. It's just
Those plastic files they're saying there, they'd work quite well because they can move along the groove as well to clean it up. So you've got flexibility on it.
yeah.
Whereas the metal ones don't. That's the advantage of those little plastic ones.
Yeah. So and I also want to have some kind of short knife so I can scrape inside.
Still can't beat the X-Acto knives. I've had my original X-Acto knife for years.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just insane.
It keeps you off the streets.
Yeah, Kieran, did I show you my Lego train tracks I printed?
So where are you getting your? Because I mean, Lego keeps closing down all the sites that put up links for models for Lego. They're little bastards, even though the
Yeah. But this is not tracks Lego makes anymore.
no, none of their
So-
stuff. None of their stuff is basically okay,
but they don't make this one anymore, and they don't make the end bump.
Yep. The stop.
So
yep.
they are okay with these ones.
Okay.
And they are actually also okay. There's a British no. Is it British or is it German? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But they are remaking the old 9-volt metal train tracks,
Be careful, hybotics.
and they want to because there's so many Lego training enthusiasts that want the 9-volt Lego tracks back, because then you don't need to worry about batteries in the trains.
Because you can run his power through the track.
Exactly. And the cool part is these 4D bricks, I'm not affiliated with them. I just love to say their name because they're so big.
Okay.
Cool.
4D bricks. Okay.
Yeah. And with bricks as an X in the end, and you can see how really cool it is. And the dark one here this is an original Lego train track.
Okay.
And yeah, so you can see how sturdy it really is. It's insanely good.
I just posted a link up that's still on, which is a Lego site for downloading pretty much all their model bricks. Theoretically, that's still that.
I did already. So
yep, good. Well, that one, like I said, there's no the license expired years ago. They've just been arseholes for a lot of these sites. So
yeah. So
it's only the newer stuff, like for the bouquet, where they've actually got new custom bricks. That's understandable, but the older ones.
Yeah. Anyway, so the 40bricks.com, they have all the insanely beautiful arrangement track, because the side track from the Lego
the switchways,
the switch track,
switchways.
The turning one curves a little way back. So if you want to have a huge arrangement track, that goes into
branch
one
to branch
and then
to
it goes
branch,
then the train would wobble like this when it goes on that. But the 4D bricks one, they have made it so it just turns, and then you can put another one and turn it in, and it continues straight out. So the train just runs in a straight line, and you can go into the sidetrack you wanted to, and you could put endlessly many into that line of
Okay, just looking
sidetracks.
at their site now. Yeah.
Yeah.
The triple crossover and the multi crossover and
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's they do something really, really cool. I absolutely love what they're doing, and I think it's just brilliant. Yeah.
Well, that's it. I mean, the retro, like us old bastards, just going back into the old toys, things you couldn't have as a kid. That's what it boils down to.
Scroll down and it's the rail yard I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm looking at the bottom, the rail yard, the multi branch on the rail yard.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's what I'm talking about. It's so cool because then the train don't turn like this.
Doesn't shake. Yeah, it looks nice and smooth. A proper switch out. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool. I absolutely love what they did.
Left and right sided.
Yeah.
Bi-directional. Yeah. Oh, there's some nice stuff there. Yeah.
So that's the reason why I bought my 3D printer.
Well, first you have a reason, and then you got so many other choices afterwards.
Yeah, and then Liam, he's.
I'm a bad influence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone has to buy the stuff that Liam reviews. After all. Now I'm either lucky or unlucky in that it's got to stay in my little office here. So I mean, my office is
limits your abilities.
Yeah, so it's the office is bad enough as it is with all the stuff in it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you could potentially use conductive PLA. You could print out a PLA that carries electrical current. And especially the IDEX would be really good because if you split off the top of your track, slice your track at a certain height, you can print the whole thing with normal PLA. And then when you come up the top, just print the tops with conductive. So then if you're doing the 9 volt on the track, it will carry the current through the conductive PLA.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I actually
Jerry, you're muted.
I actually printed some what are they called? Where you can put in a bracket
bearing.
A bearing. Thank you.
Spool holder. Spool holder.
Yeah. So I can put the hip. Yeah, exactly, Jerry.
But what you need to do with those, Renee, put rubber feet on because they will walk because the base is slippery. So you need to put something to stop it sliding.
Yeah.
Because the vibration or the pull, the retractions will make it walk. Yeah, Jerry's done the same on his.
This is from Prusa. They supplied it with a kit.
See,
that's pretty cool.
This is Renee.
Can you buy that one?
And then Jerry steps in and says,
"You can probably download
one I made earlier.
Download it. You can download it from the website. The Prusa one you can download.
It's got little rubber feet on the bottom of it, pads.
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
the Prusa one is locked for the dimension of the spools, whereas the one you've made, Renee, you can expand to suit different with spools, but put rubber feet on it.
You can loosen up the screws here, and you can slide it open more, close it more. Wednesday at 5:30 p.m. coming up this next Wednesday. I've got a special guest on again. I haven't done it in been about a month or so. I've got Daniel from Oddbot's going to be on.
Okay.
Wednesday the 23rd, 5:30 p.m. I chatted with him this morning, and I got the post put up. So that'll be pretty awesome. Yeah, I was doing this every week, having guests on, but tracking people down and getting them lined up, it's a huge nightmare sometimes. So I kind of quit doing it for a while. And then I randomly find different people that I'd love to have on. Then I message them, and we go from there.
The specials work better anyway. The unplanned or the unscheduled specials are much more fun.
Yeah.
Just like your live stream, your 12-hour live stream for your $50 savings. Much more fun. But we all agree that was the $50, the best $50 you never spent, Jerry.
Yeah. Well, hey, I got to make some content out of it, and that's why I done this one live today. It's associated with it, so why not keep doing it? So
exactly.
Anyway.
I absolutely love the printer. It's a beautiful little printer for sure.
Let's see.
I mean, the fact that we all hung around for 6 hours for both sessions says a lot for you, Jerry.
Either it's the cool
says a lot
company
for Jerry's content, or questions a lot about us.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that. But that says a lot about us as well.
But I like the live stream stuff. I like the interaction.
Yeah.
It's the interaction,
but stuff is fine, but the interaction makes a big difference.
But the pre-recorded stuff, they leave out a lot of the issues and the problems and the things. You're better off seeing how it works in the real world to find out what could go wrong. Much more fun.
Yeah, I always try to interact with chat as much as possible, but I get tired of doing stuff. I can't always talk to chat, but I try to interact as much as possible. We read every comment, so if you're in chat, never think that we're ignoring you. We read every comment. It's just we don't always throw them up on the screen or get to answer them.
There you go.
And here's a picture of it right here. So
Nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
it's got some odd colors, but it's different, so why not?
Yeah,
No,
well,
it's fine. The blue,
I don't
and
need to
yellow
be-
work. It's just the orange is a bit bright now. You need to just. You don't mind
Yeah.
the orange for the end dots, but change your bezel cover as well to make that yellow. That'll be look good.
Yeah.
yeah. So, actually, there's a couple of companies that have conductive PLA out there, so you might want to investigate that. I don't know what current it can carry, but
Those trains are only what 9 volts. 9 volts. The trains, aren't they, Renee?
yeah,
9
generally.
volts, 6 volts, 9 volts. Yeah.
The new train carried is 9 volts. The old blue tracks and gray tracks were 12 volts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not high.
No.
But I'm not sure how good a conductor the PLA is. The question is over how long a distance. You'd have to get them and test it.
Which is why the lower voltage is better for the 9 volts. You get a bit more latitude. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys have heard, Windows 11 is coming out soon, and if it crashes and I lose everything on my computer, I'm going to go burn somebody's house down because I got so much stuff on both my computers. But I don't know when. They're going to announce it on the 23rd, I believe Microsoft is. About Windows 11.
Everything's all backed up.
Jerry, you do not have my address, right? Because you're not going to go and burn my house down, right?
Yeah. So,
Well, if you come and burn my
are you
house
a
down,
designer that designed it, Liam?
No.
Okay.
I don't work for Microsoft.
No.
Yeah, I haven't been watching Barnacles lately, but I'm sure he's been talking about all that's coming out with it and what's going on with it.
Yeah, he's actually live streaming now. Barnacles is at the moment.
Yeah, he went on about an hour before I did.
Yeah. He's still up.
You can't find the person that designed the Windows 11. There's about 1,000 people who are.
Oh, I know. It should be fine.
take from.
But it's all right. They'll still support Windows 10 till 2027, I think it is.
Yeah.
2027.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Well,
How long time did they actually support Windows 95? That's a
way beyond its lifetime.
Yeah.
So the way
Windows
it works,
7. They only stopped the support on Windows 7 last
not long
year.
ago. Yeah.
Last year.
Windows 3.0 was my first, and 3.1, and then on from there. Back in 91, I think it was.
I was installing that in data centers.
I
Server
actually started
3.1.
with Windows 1.0.
I remember
there was a word processor, Amy Pro, came with Windows 1.0 as the front end for it, which is quite nice. That's how old I am. Amy Pro.
No, I
1.0.
remember that. I remember that. I still have Windows version 1.5 discs.
Why are you throwing them out? Just to have them?
I got your beats. I have Gears on 64.
I've only got one copy of them. They don't take up much space. I also have Windows for Workgroups version 1.0, which is the very first version of it.
Yeah.
And I have version 3.1, which is the real networking version of it, the first real networking version.
Yep.
Because I used to install this stuff. It was 21 discs, or was it 26 discs to install Windows for Workgroups. So you
And
have to stand there and
this
tweak out discs all the
25
time.
was actually messed up.
Tweaking out this all the time to install it.
What was worse was when you got the corporate edition with the multiple languages as well, and you had to sit there with the large shipping box with the French version and the English version and the German version.
And I remember.
Dust joke.
Does anybody ever remember? Yeah,
You can still get to DOS on Windows. You can get to DOS prompts now.
Yeah, but
I
it's not
still
the
remember a
same.
handful of commands.
But it's not the same. A lot of the commands are no longer there.
No.
And does anybody ever remember the add-on to DOS called Love DOS?
No.
You type in a command and it came back with sweetie remark, and if you say print, like you type the print command to print the screen, it would reply like, "Sure, honey, here it is," and all this kind of stuff. It would give a response to that. You've never seen that?
No.
No, that
When I
was
had Windows 3.1, I had a program called Overview that I used in DOS, and I loved it. They give a nice file system to everything. It's called Overview.
I was never that desperate, Liam, to have my computer send me
Neither
love
was I.
messages.
I just was doing. Also, has anyone have you ever used has anyone ever used the really old version of Norton Utility?
Sorry, come for dog. Was that Norton Utilities you said?
Yes, the old version of Norton Utility. Remember there was a hex editor in there. You could go edit at a hex level and modify EXE files. You get a delivery.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Hex editor. Yep.
you could go in and edit you could do the hex editor, but they took it out later on because they found out people were using the hex editor to hack applications to bypass the license key stuff.
Yeah, well, I still got that. I've still got a
Mr.
couple of hex editors. Yeah.
Yeah, the Norton Commander had a really good hex editor.
Norton Commander was good.
Yeah.
And also X3 Gold also had a hex editor.
Yeah. Well, Norton Commander was one of the Norton Utilities suite, right? Then the X3 Go was really good. I remember using all those as well. But
That's why I still use Total Commander as well, because that's basically looks like X3 Gold, good old Total Commander.
Yeah, what was the other one that was really good in the past? Do you ever hear of Ghost?
Yes.
Well, I was actually
Before
working with
Norton,
Dell at the time when Ghost first came out. The company first came out, right?
Yep.
So Jerry's opening up his goodies.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it was, you got it sold when Norton bought Ghost, because Ghost was a small company and they made millions off it.
Well, they did.
Ooh.
That's
Probiotics.
for my gut health.
Yeah.
Probiotics.
But
There's so many things in the old days. Another one was even Zip when that first came out, that wasn't a small company that got bought out big time.
now it's actually the big one. Now is 7-Zip.
Yep, 7-Zip.
Oh,
don't like it.
It's silicone shoe
Yeah, sock.
or sock.
For my Prusa Mini.
And it's orange.
Yep.
When Ghost first came out, I was with Dell at the time.
Yep.
And
Dude, you could have had a Dell.
we were starting to use Ghost, but there's certain features that Ghost couldn't do. Right? So one of our guys went off, flew over to Ghost from Ireland, Ghost's office. What we can't see through that. What's that? A nozzle?
It's a knob.
Oh, it's
your speed controller.
It's a
tester. Yeah, so
That-
it's a servo tester.
Turbo tester. I don't know how to use it, but
Well, one side takes power where you have a single three. The power goes in there, and with the
other side
power
with the
line
raw
on the
threes.
bottom, and then the other three is where you put in your servos and you test it.
and it's got 3 lights. I need to find the center. So
Well, the center is the center light.
The middle one. The first one is
manual
Zero.
auto. It says.
manual. Manual, it'll turn the knob to turn the sensors.
Yeah.
Auto will level it. Sorry,
We'll center it.
center it, and the auto means they just track back and forth.
Yeah.
Not themselves.
Okay, so I don't have to turn the. Oh, I turn the knob to light up the one that I want.
No, you push
No,
the
no,
button
no,
in the bottom corner.
Yeah,
There's
it's
a little
buttons.
dark area.
Oh, I said it tells about it on the back.
Yeah, it doesn't give you any details. To turn it over, you'll notice
Turn
in
it
one
over.
corner there's a dot. There's a
Yep.
little colored dot.
It explains it right there. Yeah.
Yeah, turn around. You see, by the
Bottom
left of the
left.
knob, there's a little button. That toggles the mode to the left of the
Okay.
knob, bottom left corner.
When you put it into man, the very first light on your left hand side, turning the dial rotates your servos, turns your servos, right? The center one centers your servos, which you need to do for the arms.
Yep.
And then the third one makes your servos go all the way to one
Track
end,
left, track
all the way
right.
back. Is all they do to flip over
Okay.
and back, full extreme.
So since I've already got the arms hooked up, I need to disconnect it so I don't break something.
Yeah.
Let it travel and then find the middle and then put it back on.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other useful thing is because it takes 3 servos, you can actually match your servos. You find maybe one servo's not quite got the full travel, so you want them to match them. So you can have like 3 servos testing at the same time, you can see if one's not working as good as the rest, leave that one out. Because you can put 3 servos in at the same time, which is quite cool.
Well, I say it's got 6 pins, so that's, 3 servos. Or no, 9 pins.
Yeah.
Yep.
3 and 3, another side has just where the battery goes in.
Which is the battery side, yeah.
No, it's not a battery. You don't plug your battery in there.
Yes,
You plug in your ESC in there.
No, your battery as well.
No, I plugged in my battery and it won't work. I have to plug in my ESC to power it. The
No,
feed-
no, I might-
4.86 volt, it says on it.
Well, I'm just telling you, I read mine with my 11.1 battery.
Okay.
Right, it would not power. I had to put a battery in.
Where's tech support? How come he hasn't
No,
been watching?
that's correct, because it's not designed to run through through 11 volts. It's only for a 6 volt, so you need your ESC to step it down.
Yes, you have to have your
Okay.
ESC in there.
All right.
Yeah, but I just use a small 4.5 volt battery, the same battery I use for my mini droids. Whoops,
You can do that.
These
Yeah, but
ones.
so I just did. But I just ran my into my ESC. You plug in the battery to your ESC as you normally do, where your signal power and positive and negative comes out in one lead. That plugs into one side, and then the other side with the 3 sets of pins. That's where your 9 pins are. That's where you plug in your servos, and you plug in the servos. Let's say this is your controller with a knob. Your servos go in this way, not this way. So there's 9 pins.
The flat on the
flat
servo is
is-
parallel to the flat on the controller
Yes. So your servos plug in this way. You don't plug it in sideways.
vertically.
Because if you plug it in sideways, you're actually crossing all of the same pins.
Yeah.
Because they're in sequence. You have like.
Okay, so I'm holding this flat in my hand. They go in this way,
Yes.
not this way.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And if I remember correctly, they're marked signal. So you see the S for signal. Just make
It's
sure the
written on
signal.
the top. It says out, signal plus, minus.
Yeah. So just make sure the signal line is on the right side. Is all.
Okay.
I bought them. They came in a pack of 3. I think it was $12. But yeah, they help. Like because when I was having my problems with my droid going crazy, sometimes stuff wouldn't behave. And what I did was I plugged that in, and I was able to move the servos, so I knew they were functioning. So I knew it wasn't my servos were the problem. Bernoulli drives. I don't know what a Bernoulli drive is. I'm sorry.
Mr. and Mrs. Diesel, did you see the image I sent you? Referencing to the Windows Me.
Did you send me that file name, Renee?
Yes, on Facebook.
Okay, I'll go download it then. I need to do Matt's one as well, so I have to clean out my VAT first.
Yeah.
You're going to paint this anyway, aren't you?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter. There's a little mix of other colors in there. Okay. I'm going to clean out my VAT, but if there's a little bit of black left behind, it's
How
okay.
big are you printing it? You're going to print something small for him, not very big?
I'm going to print the full size of the STL. Are you doing this 100%?
100% yes.
Then I'll just print it 100%. Yeah.
That big? That shouldn't cost too much to ship all the way to where you're at.
No.
Well, I don't know. Well, I'll find out when I bring it to the post office. They'll tell me how much
Maybe
it costs.
20 or $25 tops. That's a very high end.
I don't know. I was sending stickers. I remember it cost me $30 just to send stickers.
Yeah, and you were doing something wrong then. You should have got Ike to help you out on that. That's too much for stickers. Yeah, Mike, you are.
Yeah.
You keep calling
Gary,
me Ike, don't you?
Gary, can you see how rubbish this print
Yeah,
is?
it's because of the FDM. Because a resin print will fix that.
Yeah, and it's really really detailed.
Yeah. Remember one thing though: a resin print is more. No, this is a hardened AB. An ABS, a hardened material, but resins are still more brittle than FDM. There's less flex in them. So you have
Depending on
to
what additives you put in them, there's different types of resin that are softer than others. And if you have any tenacious, you can add tenacious to it, like 75-25, and it will be less brittle. It depends.
I don't have any
Yeah,
issues.
but I don't care how brittle it is, how rubbery it is. And the problem is, Liam, I don't know if it's actually a problem,
Liam,
but
once you print it and you wrap it all up really nice and you box it up and you think it's bulletproof, throw it against the wall from about 6 feet away as hard as you can. Open it up, and if you didn't break it, it's safe to ship. And if you did break it, well, then reprint it and package it better, because boxes get abused so bad by people.
I'm going to wrap it with as much bubble wrap as I can get my hands on.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll wrap it in tissue paper first. So actually, and that's probably going to cost more than the shipping. Well, I'll wrap it in paper, in some sort of paper first, and then I have those Amazon puff bags that I'll wrap around it as well.
Mr. and Mrs. Diesel, it won't go bang, but one word of advice with the BRTU, the steel rods that go across the base, put some heat shrink over the steel rods to reduce the risk of shorting when you're doing your wiring. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
Because the thing is with the wiring and everything else, the risk of dropping the battery or shorting it across those metal rods, you don't want to flash weld that. So put some, once you've got your rod through into your main body, put some heat shrink over it so you can actually insulate the steel rods. That's the biggest risk in those.
Yeah, I use that stuff that Creality puts on their printers, which isn't, like a finger trap. But what's bad about it has little tiny holes in it. It'll help, but it's still not the best.
You could just 3D print something with a little tube and slide it over as you're riding it through, so the tube goes all the way through.
It's just the risk. I mean, but you won't blow it up. You won't blow anything up. You may fry control it.
Or grab a kitchen wash rag or anything. Put anything over top of the metal to help keep things.
The RC receiver. You got to be careful. You don't transpose the wiring because they will smoke. As I found out the hard way. Fried my receiver. Smoke out. It doesn't like transfers in the voltage, but otherwise there isn't much that can go wrong with it.
Tell that to mine, which won't work because my ESCs keep dying.
Yeah, well, that's why I got the same problem. So that's why I haven't done any further. I mean, that's why the body's printed off and painted. But that's as far as I'm going to go.
So is that two separate pieces or is that one piece?
Hey, Kieran.
Yep.
Go ahead. You're holding it.
Oh, sorry. There we go. Just I've left the arse off. The arse still goes on the end.
Yeah, that's the one that attacked Jason and ran into his leg.
Yeah, but mine, I can remove my fins for drive testing, so I don't kill myself. They're not glued on, so I've got that taken care of. But otherwise, that's done. The droid is half painted, and then I'll go back to the. As I said, I got the drive unit. The ESC's getting very hot, so the drive unit's done as well. So,
well, mine is built. I just need to get an ESC that will survive.
Okay, now I'll try to talk and show Liam this. Okay, so
he just muted.
Go ahead.
Go on, Ryan.
Thank you, Jerry. You're a good friend. So the FDM print is 3 parts. It's these 3 parts, but the SLA print, this is 1.
So are you sending it to me as 1?
I don't only have the SLA print as 1.
The SLA is only a single unit.
That's fine. I'll print it for you. It'll fit. Some of it, depending on the length of it, it'll fit the bed in one piece lying down. I will. If not, I'll have to tilt it a little bit. But
I'll
also
make it
I'll put it diagonally across the bed if I have to. Yeah.
But I can measure this. This is.
It should be fine. I'll make it work. It's just that when it's on its side, there's less layers to do, so it prints faster.
This is less than 19 centimeters.
I would 19 centimeters.
I would angle it like this off the bed at an angle.
Yeah, so diagonal, there should be enough room. Did you say 17 centimeters?
Let me measure diagonally across my bed. 1 second.
He's gone again.
I'm gone again.
So yeah, this print, the hand and the bottom part of the maze turned out really, really nicely, I think. But
I
the
think you're
top
okay.
part here,
I think it'll fit my bed.
yeah. So, but the top part here, that was just insane. You can see how rigid it is here.
But it's still printed in one piece. It's still printed because you did one in two halves because the tips came out pretty bad. The second one you've done there still comes out.
Yeah, it does. I tried to print this in many different ways. Where is it? Here it is. This is the first print. It was printed like this, I think.
Yeah.
With this on, I chopped it off here.
What layer height? 0.1?
Yes, no, 0.2. Sorry. So I could print it 0.1, but
0.12 or 0.10. 0.20 is what I do for droid bodies and bases.
yeah.
So you have to. The only way to get those edges to be clean on an FDM is to slow it the hell down, way slow.
25, 20.
Yeah. So then I clipped the STL file in Idea Maker and just printed this part here. So maybe I could sand it down to make it fit 100% correctly. But then I saw, no, I don't think I want to do that because they still have the ridges here. Then I tried to print it like this, but then you can see this one here turned out really good. But that's because it was printed like this.
Yeah.
So then you have the top part here.
It's stepped.
Yeah.
That's the nature. That's the nature of FDM.
Yeah.
So limited that.
Yeah. So this is the only thing I don't know how to print really, really, really good. Everything else I think turned out really nice.
It's just inherent with the FDM printer. You just can't do anything about it. Yeah.
Let me see if I can get this file. 1 second.
Mr. and Mrs. Diesel, trust us. The only way you do this one is with mishaps and things going wrong. So it's all good.
Yeah. But it's fun. I absolutely love all the experience I'm getting with all these. I wouldn't say failures, but
they're learning experiences.
Yeah,
exactly.
Mr. and Mrs. Diesel, if you're on Facebook, you can always post on I'd Rather Be 3D Printing or on my group 3D Printing and Painting if you have any questions about any electronics or anything. And either myself or somebody else will help you in either group. Or Astro Printer, don't you have a group?
I do. I have two groups. I have 3D Printing Help Desk or the 3D Printing Addicts.
So that's the good thing. The community will always help you out. So with all the electronics and everything else.
Yeah.
And when in doubt, just ask Jason.
And also there's a Discord server. Mark and Mike are in them. They're the one that makes the open source for the Artist D.
They're doing
firmware.
Yeah.
And they are amazing people. Really, really nice and very helpful. Great people to talk to as well.
Let's see, settings. Okay, seed maker. So let me see how that looks in my
box.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it to Chitu box now to see how it looks.
Carl, I'm just happy every day I'll get out of bed, let alone 3D printing.
I got to start getting hot and heavy and working with my laser and quit doing anything else because there's so many things I haven't learned how to do, and it's just setting. And I might have to buy a bigger blower fan. I'm using the existing fan on the K40, and I bought another one at Lowe's, inline duct fan down underneath the table that blows out the wall. And then outside I got the 3 little flappers that blow open, but it don't have enough pressure to blow them open at all. So whenever I burn anything, even though I got air assist, it's really filling up the chamber with a lot of smoke, and it does exhaust it somewhat, but the tube itself is getting very dirty from all that excess smoke. I need to get a stronger fan to exhale.
You may want to put an inline duct fan on the ducting.
Well, that's what I put in, but I don't think it's strong enough. I'm using the fan that came with it's blowing, the one down on the table is blowing, And I don't know if this one up here ain't working well enough or this one down here don't have enough power.
Yep, I concur, Carl.
I'm looking at that print. It. How long did you say it was? Because that's not the length I'm seeing here.
17, you said that was for the FDM. So maybe the STL is different for the resin.
Maybe they shrunk the size down. Can you do me a favor? Bring the both STLs side by side into your FDM printer, Rene, and compare them, because I think they downsized it for a resin printer.
Oh, they did?
Yep, because this is not like going by the size you said. It should be long, almost diagonally across the length of my print area. Should be almost full. This thing is probably about this size.
But
how about I send you the 3 files for the STL, and then you can actually do it better, I think. Yeah.
Well,
maybe.
It looks very different to the quality. Looks great. It's just, and there's detail on those blades. It's fantastic. There's actually a pattern on them. That you can't see in the FDM.
I couldn't see them on the FDM at all.
Yeah, but this would show it. But the thing is, it looks way smaller.
Yeah.
He may have to print the FDM file on his printer to make it scale right, Rene, because it may be slightly scaled differently for the resin printer.
Send me the FDM as well. I want to bring the board in here to see them side by side, see how they look.
Yeah.
A lot of models I get from a lot of people, they'll have a slice version for resin, they'll have one for FDM, and I usually hollow them myself. So I take the FDM version, especially if I want to make it larger, and I put on my own supports. They pre-support them and hollow them out for a lot of people that don't know how, but I'd rather do it myself. Yeah. So like with Sanix, I take 1/8 scale instead of 1/10 scale, and I position them how I want.
The FDM may be slightly larger just for the quality because of the fact that it's an FDM, so that could be what the scale differences.
Yeah, and I can upscale it, or I bring in the FDM one and to do it because we won't have the hand on it. But and the way they join together is going to be different as well. So the resin one will have a shaped end to sit in to the body, whereas the one for the FDM will be different. So give me your FDM.
No, they're 100% similar.
No, I bet you there's differences.
Oh, they are.
Send me the FTL. I'll compare them here.
Done.
Yeah. I might do Loki. Sanix next week is coming out with Loki sitting in a chair. I think that's the cartoon version because they don't look like Bacter. I might do Loki. We'll have to wait and see. And then I'll do another resin lapse with it and same type of thing.
Yeah, I need to test my resin lapse. I haven't even tried it yet. Okay, I'm bringing down the 3 files you just sent to me, Rene, and I'm going to bring them into Chitu box to see how they look. But let me move that one somewhere so it looks I can see the difference.
I wonder if you can group the 3 files together.
No, you're better off printing them separately.
Yeah, but for you, so you can compare better. Move them up.
I'll line them up to see how it looks. Yeah. When they're just finished downloading now. So 1 second. Mace 10, 14, and 15, right?
Mm-hmm. The 10 is the middle.
Obscene difference in size.
Damn.
They may have scaled it different for the resin, which is a possibility.
They scale it way down for resin. So
not that it doesn't stop you printing the FDM and resin anyway. So yeah.
Renee, the rest of your model, you got to figure out how big you're making it so Liam can print the correct size.
So are you doing it? He's doing it at 100%.
In FDM, right?
In FDM.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do the same size.
You need to take the FDM size, just drop it in your slicer, and you're good to go.
You can just print the FDM model.
I'm bringing to print the FDM STL because that's not resized, and let's print that as is. That should all I need to be doing.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, but then you'll have 3 files to print, right?
No, 1 file because you already have all the rest of it in FDM.
You have the hand and the base of the mace. It's just the top of the mace. It's just the long handle.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to print the handle and the top of the mace for you.
Take care, Mr. and Mrs. Diesel. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Please hit the thumbs up button. I'd appreciate it.
So I'm gonna kick this off. I'll clean up my VAT in a while. What time is it? 6 o'clock. I'll get it going, so I'll print tonight. But I'm going to do the FDM version of it, right?
Yeah. No rush, Liam. No rush at all. Don't worry.
I'll kick it off because I want to get it clean out anyway. I have other stuff I want to do. Ooh, that's different. 1 second. Why do they do that?
They're printing them all three at like that, and just send all three to him. It's not going to use that much small. It's not going to use that much resin.
Yeah. They did something different here. On
Yeah.
the FDM, there's two files. You have the top of the mace with the blades, and then there's a center spire that goes in between them.
Yeah, but the bottom part goes up into the hand. If you rotate the hand so you can see into the hole.
Jerry, let me share my screen, if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem.
Okay, you see it?
There it is. Yep.
This is the full-size version of the FDM. Now watch here. There's two files. One is this, highlighted in blue,
Yeah.
and the other one is this. So there's actually two files there.
Drag it, separate it.
But she didn't print, Renee. The actual. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's the bottom one.
So you need both of these?
No,
That's
no,
the
no,
handle.
Just
That goes in the base of the hand. That's the bottom half. You'll show you now.
so.
Oh, that's the hand, the base of the handle. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the small one goes up into the hand, and this goes on top of the hand, and you have the hand here.
Yeah, plugged in
between
there.
them.
Yeah,
Right.
you can see the small hole there, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's
it's on my screen.
Yeah. So there is a third file, which is the hand between the two of
yeah.
Yeah,
them.
but he doesn't
The
want
hand is
that, he
number
said.
10.
No.
He's
Yeah.
got that already. So
Yeah,
do you
I
want-
got the small one too.
So you don't need that one as well.
No.
Right. Then I'll print this part for you.
You might as well print a small piece. It's not going to cost any extra.
Suppose
The
you
way
might
it all
as well, yeah.
matches.
Well, I'm going to turn this on its side to print it. I'm not going to print it in this orientation
Yeah.
Perfect.
because that way then I have better support along its length.
Yeah.
But even so, does that actually have texture on the shaft, Liam, as well?
It has some, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's insanely detailed.
Jesus.
Yeah, like I said, it's insanely detailed.
Even for an FDM. Yeah.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't really show up that much on an FDM.
No, but I'm thinking that at some point I want to print it at 250%.
Okay. Well,
In that case, Liam, it might pay to print the bottom of the shaft as well, so it gets the matching side each side of the hand, so it matches.
Oh,
Yeah,
then
well,
I'd rather have him print the hand.
so that's that is 14, so I have to add 10 and 15 as well. So 1 second.
Yeah, you can just align them next to each other, right? So
That's the advantage of the resin printed build plate. Yeah,
yeah,
it won't take any longer because
yeah, exactly. Doink. And if you show the hand and look, see that's the top part of the hand, and if you
Doesn't it?
turn the hand around or and look up through your hand, up through the hand, then you'll see where the
It's keyed.
yeah.
no the inside that's the that's the
It plugs in
wrist.
here.
yeah, that's the top part, but then you have the wrist part. But then if you look inside the where the fingers hold around,
The bottom of the actual palm, Liam. The bottom of the
Yeah,
palm,
yeah.
not the wrist.
Yeah, there's
See-
a key here.
Yeah, there.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's where the thing goes in, the small part.
I went in a bit
Yeah,
too
look-
close.
Yeah, look.
In here.
I just can't believe the detail with the armor plating covering the back of the wrist.
Yeah,
Well,
It's-
a resin should
it's-
do a good job of that.
yeah. I might need you to print the whole thing for me.
I knew that was coming. Now, I'm going to do this solid. I'm not
Yeah.
going to hollow this because it's not that big.
Too small, yeah.
And you need the strength, right?
yeah.
So I'm going to get that. I'm going to rotate it around.
Yeah. Oh,
1 second. Let me just do this. It's going to be easier. Now, it'll all come up because I'm going to add support to all of this.
yeah.
see how
I
that
think
looks.
you have.
No, I need to move this 1
Yeah,
second. It's a little too close. and this is too close.
Yeah.
That's better.
Maybe, I don't know, would it make sense to actually turn the hand a little around as well?
No, it's okay because I've got a flat base to start it on.
Okay.
For the sake of support damage, that part that comes out the bottom of the hand, I leave it straight up and down.
Yeah, but there is something on the back side of the wrist. I think there was something that goes out. So
there'll be supports in there. So watch here. I'll show you. I'm just going to use all the supports for now.
Okay.
So I go over to supports, and I'll do off. Then I just selected one.
Yeah, tag all. There you go.
Yeah. And do them off the platform.
I wouldn't do heavy though.
No, I'll go light on it. I'll drop it onto medium.
Medium would be good.
Yes, remove and do a medium. So everywhere that's overhanging, it will actually build
a little tag. Yeah.
And these actually come up underneath to support it, support all this area here.
That's pretty cool.
And I can add them in as well. I can add one.
Yeah.
And I can add an extra one.
Then you can drag it and look at it and look for islands, make sure there's no islands.
Yeah. So you flip it upside down. It's a good way to look at it to see if there's any air hanging out that has got no supports. This way you get a view from underneath as a prince. So the whole thing is being lifted up off the bed, and there will be supports under here, but that's okay. And any of these overhang areas are already covered. This is covered, so you should be good there.
Go back up top and then drag your slider down. Look at it from upwards, looking down at it.
Oh, the slices, yeah.
And then slowly drag your slider down. You can look your slider bar on the right side.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me move this up. So it's what happened is there. That's not what I wanted.
It's the middle mouse. Escape that.
Yeah, bring it in close so you're looking at it like it's right in front of you on the desk. You're looking at it at an angle, and then you can drag the slider down and look to see if there's no islands. Make sure everything is supported.
I'll go from the bottom up.
Cheetah Box is real good at doing it, but if you look at it real close, you can see it. See if anything appears out in the middle of nowhere without a support.
I don't see anything right now.
Oh, I think it looks good. That's pretty nice. Yeah.
I think that's okay. What do you think, Jerry?
From here, it looks okay, but you know.
Well, that's all cool. Supported. That's all supported. They're the one that worry about. This is not an issue because it's support on all sides.
Yeah.
The only one I'm not sure of is that joined here.
I wouldn't leave the supports on it and mail it to him because you're going to have to cure it. It'd be better to remove the supports after you clean it before you cure it. I wouldn't remove the supports afterwards.
But supports here are needed, though. This has no supports here. Or does it? It does. Small ones off the body. These have small supports here. Now I want to see.
Yeah, right there. Right there in the middle, there's no support. You see it?
Yep, here?
Yeah.
Yep. That's why I was doing that.
Yeah. The good thing is, Liam, once you've done your review on your DSL, Renee will be the first person to buy one, so you'll be okay.
Yeah.
Once again. and once this turns up in the mail, he'll be desperate to get the order.
I'm thinking it's not attaching them because it has to be built off the
previous blade.
There it is. There, got it there.
Yeah.
That's printed off the body, but you can remove those.
Yeah,
they're needed there because there was not.
You probably need to do the on the other one as well.
Yeah.
No, the other side.
That one is covered.
Yeah, if he screws it up, he'll just reprint it till he gets it right.
Yeah. That one needs to be supports there.
Yeah. And maybe you should roll up a little so you can see the. Yeah, so you probably need to do something more again. Like
no, because I'm printing upside down. These should all be fine.
Once it's done, it's got something to work off.
It's you must remember it's printing upside down.
Yeah, I know, but between the one you just set in, you did a couple of others as well.
Yeah, but there was nothing else. They were already supported over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you don't have an island, you're good to go. It's got to look for islands.
Yeah, so if you scroll back and look at it again from a distance, because it's the one we want to watch. If you come all the way down here, we have support coming up, and now we have nothing printing on its own in thin air, because they're all attached to something.
Yeah. Look at the detail on that blade, man.
It's just insane, man. It's
And
just,
then flip this
looks like
this way.
almost like Damascus. Looks like a Damascus pattern.
Yeah.
See, these are the supports now.
Speaking of
Yeah,
Damascus,
whenever I do supports, I click the all button. I don't hit platform. Then Chris was mentioning to hit the all button. That's how I always support. I hit the all button.
Okay, I'll try it. So yes.
That way it'll find all the nooks and crannies, not just off the platform. So now those areas where the islands were should be covered since you're not coming just off the platform.
Yeah. I was adding them myself anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, let
I
me
think
just.
that'll be good.
Yeah, let me show you some Damascus. Hang on.
Yeah, you'll have a lot of cleanup on the inside of this to do though with those little files.
Carl says he'll drop in. There you go, Carl.
Oh, cool. All right. I'll let me just check my settings. Ooh, I'm going to do 0.125 should be good enough. I can do a bit. That should be the finest layer you can get. Print. Bottom layer count as 8 layers. I can up that to 3 seconds. I find that works best. Okay, that's fine. Advanced, that's all okay. I'll turn this on
Oh yeah.
to 4.
Don't do image blur.
I need to see. It's only set to 2 anyway. 2 pixels,
Yeah.
nothing.
I rarely play with my settings, other than
That is so cool.
God, I can't think what it's called.
Actually, I think I.
Dithering?
No, the first setting. I leave everything alone, not stock. I don't play with any of my settings other than the first one he messed with. Bottom exposure layer. It's the only thing I ever
Yeah,
changed.
I've set mine to 7.
Depending on the printer, sometimes it's 2 or 3, depending on the printer.
Well, well, it's going to be all support, so I want them well attached. That's why I'm going to do higher, because
Yeah.
everything's raised off the bed and supports. Well, if you get a good attachment on your base layers on your supports, after that you should be good.
Bo, how you doing?
Not too bad yourselves.
Oh, pretty good.
Hey, how's it going?
You're
Hello.
Carl?
Not bad.
Your print is
Kieran.
going on this.
You're Carl Fenton?
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
I was waiting for someone to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I should have brought my large kitchen knife. Oh, speaking of knife, that's not a knife. Look at this one. Hang on.
So are you Carl? Is that who you are?
Yeah, Carl. That's Carl.
Okay.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you, Carl. I've seen you forever online, but I've never met you before.
Yeah,
Come
I thought I'd
and
on
come and join the abuse.
Say hello.
Come and join the abuse, man.
So have you decorated that printer yet?
Not yet. The one I'm going to put it on, I've just done the extruder. Creality sent me the parts out to fix it. It was overheating, so PLA was getting a bit soft.
Okay.
So yeah, been a bit.
I actually
of a
bought
nightmare.
this in Australia, Kieran.
I thought that Carl Fenton was an older man, actually. I had no idea you were young. I just assumed that you were an older guy like most people.
I look young.
Okay.
I'm in my 40s.
Okay.
Youngster. A
Wow.
newbie.
Yeah.
He's a youngling.
Well,
Compared
Ray
to
is a baby, so
I just turned 57, man, and I still feel like I'm in my 30s. I mean, I like everything I did back in the day, and I don't know. The days just keep flying by.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
it. Everything's a little bit faster when you get older.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is a really nice.
Nice
This is a
kitchen
Kuroi Hana kitchen knife. This is actually from Kickstarter as well.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah, I saw the Kickstarter for that. Yeah.
See, what we've learned about Rene is he's a glutton for Kickstarters.
Yeah.
And he's a
Hey,
glutton
Especially the
for
ones I do.
your unboxing.
Especially the ones I do when I do an unboxing, yeah.
I've picked up over 3 dozen stuff on Kickstarter, no problem.
Yeah,
Kickstarter's
same here.
fine for the right things.
Same here.
Yeah, I said to
love
you earlier,
Kickstarter.
Carl, and thank you for buying a sticker from me. I appreciate it.
No worries. I appreciate the sub.
I'd rather win them, so I did.
I've got plans for the channel with my 7 and 9-year-old boys. So keep an eye out. Hopefully, it will come
Okay.
off.
Awesome.
Should be fun. We're going to start it in about 4 or 5 weeks when they break up for school.
Oh, yeah, you're still in school over there.
Yes.
Oh, no, we're already out of school.
Yeah, they got middle of July they finish.
And when did it go back again? In September?
Normally about the 4th of September.
Yeah, we have longer summer holidays here. It's almost 3 months here. It's like my son's already off for the last few weeks, and he won't be going back till the very end of August. But
Yeah, my
public school here doesn't go back until September.
yeah, my nieces and nephew are living in Kansas at the moment with the army. They're attached to some American forces, and they broke up a couple of weeks ago. So their holidays are just really strange compared to ours.
But you get a lot more bank holidays and all this kind of stuff in the UK than we do here in the States.
Today's a new holiday in the U.S. They signed it into law yesterday, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Juneteenth. Yep.
It's great that we have a holiday on a Saturday. Like, what good is that to us?
And it's my sister. My sister turned 69 today also.
Yeah, but it's really simple, guys. If you get really old, you have a lot of vacation.
Yeah, Lama, he's an old part.
Yeah, just like the rest of
50
us.
feels like he's in his 80s and he's in his 20s. Yeah, I mean, I like the same kind of music I've liked my whole life. I listen to all kinds of rock music, Lady Gaga, whatever. I like all kinds of everything. And when I'm not streaming, I usually have Alexa have it cranked up really loud while I'm doing stuff in here. And I haven't never grown up, but I just look old.
All right, so that print is ready to go onto the printer. I will put it on. I'll be finishing up here in a while anyway. Maybe going almost 4 hours. So I'll go clean out the vat, and once that's done, I will. I'll kick off that print, and it should be done by tomorrow morning. I'm hoping, or by sometime tomorrow, because I'm going really fine layers to get as much detail as I can.
Yeah.
And as long as there's no failures, it'll be done, and I'll rinse it, and I'll take off the supports and stuff tomorrow, and get it out to you as soon as I can.
Shoot him some pictures of it, you know.
No rush, Liam.
I might. I don't have my screen set up. I have to try. I don't have the resin labs for working on that yet.
Just take a picture with your cell phone and you can PM him.
I will take pictures as it goes. Yeah.
See, once Liam's done this, Renee, then you're going to have to go and buy your own to redo the cloak, redo the base, redo the face.
Yes, he will. Another 4K. And I actually happen to know the one that just on Kickstarter right now.
Just a Kickstarter. How convenient. How convenient.
I feel the headache coming.
Do you know how much it is? Hey, it's $400, guys.
Yeah, it's not bad.
That's
is
not
that
a
the
bad
JG
price for a
maker?
4K
Not for a
it's not
4K
the JG
resin,
maker. They're not doing Kickstarter. They're doing pre-order. But they're not doing Kickstarter.
Oh, I think Bill he hates Kickstarter now.
He'll never do Kickstarter again. It was such a pain in the butt for him. He'll never do it again. He says. Yeah, I chat with Bill every now and again.
So, Carl, I'm going to make you big again, put you on the spotlight. What kind of printers do you have, and what do you like to print? What do you like to do?
I have an Ender 3 V2, which is basically collecting dust. I've got 2 CR200Bs, which are the enclosed ones.
Oh, right. New ones, yeah.
For ABS and TPU, and I have the CR10 Smart that come yesterday.
Cool.
Eventually. To be honest, I just tinker a little bit. Haven't really got into anything really, but I have, thanks to Liam.
Oh, nice.
This is
dildo.
Falcon 9.
SpaceX, yep.
so that is going to be put together in the next couple of days, so he can take it to school to finish off his project. And
Sweet.
I've got a mini R2D2 at the top there.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, just normally crap, to be honest, the wife says.
We all start out printing crap. That's normal.
The trick
mate-
there, Carl, is to find something the wife wants, get that printed first, and anything after that is a bonus point. Trust me.
My kids like these flexi things.
Oh, the Flexi Rexies and the Flexi Bunnies and stuff.
Yeah, so I end up printing a couple of them off quite often for them. They like my youngest likes to take them to school, to give to his friends and so
cool.
on and so on. It's never ending, but
I print Lego.
That's
but
not Lego. This is Lego. You got that. There you go, Renee. You got that one sorted, man.
Well, I've got one of Matt's lithophane monster cans on the CR10 at the moment,
All right, nice.
just to
Printing
put it
really
through its
slow?
paces. About 50 millimeters a second.
That's way too fast for litho.
Do you know what? It seems to be doing a good job.
All right, but if you even ask Matt, he never goes over 25 or 30.
Yeah, once you get up,
He said 35 to me.
He said 50. Yeah, 30. Don't go fast because lithos are so fine detail that you want to get all that. Yes, Ike is out here.
Well, to be honest, it's only at 0.2 anyway because it was a bit of a nightmare trying to set it up. With the auto leveling, it's a bit of a pain really to adjust. The Z-axis So on the CR2s, it's in 0.01 millimeters. The CR10 is 0.5. So it's really, you can't get that. Those couple of millimeters are quite frustrating.
Use a feeler gauge instead of a piece of paper.
But it's got the
No, it's
auto bed
ABL.
leveling.
It's got
Oh, okay.
ABL. Yeah. So
Off the
there's no springs on the Smart. There's no springs on the bed.
No,
it's the same as the
Fixed
CR6.
rails.
Yeah.
And there's no springs at all. So it's ABL and that's it.
Well, initially, you still got to set it up. You still got to set it up when you first get it, and then ABL goes from there.
yeah, you have to do the AUX. So you put a piece of paper on just to gauge the height, and then you just put it on its bed leveling thing. But with that fine detail, just really struggled with it. And I don't know if it was just because I haven't got the perfect settings for it yet. It's just, come on then. I've got someone else who wants to come on.
Oh, puppy.
Hello.
Alas.
Did it wrong.
Ruff. Ruff.
Oh, that's a Springer. Is this Springer Spaniel?
It's a Cocker Spaniel.
Cock Spaniel. Okay.
Boy or girl?
He's a boy.
Okay, pretty boy. Hello.
Yeah,
Pretty boy.
yeah,
He's my little therapy dog. He helps me around the house when I'm struggling with my back and that.
I thought that's what your children were for.
They're at school. I need the break.
So how old are your kids?
I got a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old boys. I've got a 14-year-old daughter who's going on 50, and I've got a 19-year-old son.
Yeah,
Yeah, teenagers are fun,
well,
but eventually they grow. Eventually they grow up. And
That doesn't change. My daughter is my oldest. My daughter, she's 28. And what happens was they go from being kids, which are fun and playful, to being teenagers who revert back to being Neanderthals
Demon
that drag their knuckles
Demon
on the ground,
Yeah.
right? And when they answer you, when we ask them to do something, they go, "Ugh." They go back to Neanderthal language, they grunt and they groan at you, and then they reach the late teens when they say you're always wrong, no matter what you do. Dad and mom are never ever right.
You know nothing. Yep.
And then when they hit about 28, they kind of realize, or 28, 29, they kind of go,
Oh,
I did
can
know
you
what
help
I'm
me?
Yeah.
That's when they move back home. That's when they move back home.
That's the stages.
Well, that's it. My 19-year-old is from my previous marriage, so he recently just moved in because his mum's left the area we live in, so he's moved back in, which is really nice, to be honest, because he's doing an apprenticeship for being a sparky, an electrician.
Good.
cool.
That's handy.
So he kitted my shed out for me and everything, to have the printers.
That's
But-
the price for moving home, boy.
Yeah, my son is 32 and married, has 2 kids.
But it's nice having him home again. You know, my kids do a lot around the house for me,
Awesome.
helping. You know,
That's nice.
sometimes I can't walk, sometimes I can't cook, so you know they do help me out.
Oh, that's
A lot.
that's
And
nice.
and that's what Domino's Pizza's for, right?
It's too expensive over here.
Oh, they are. Yeah, they are pricey there.
Wow.
Like here, we can get a pizza here for $5.
Yeah, you're looking at
That's what
£20
my bad-
just
Domino's.
for one pizza.
Little Caesars. You're
Little
talking
Caesar's
about?
hot and ready for $5. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
pepperoni pizza $5. And
You taste like shit, but hot and ready.
Domino's has good pizza.
Domino's has gotten well. I'm not a big fan of Domino's because I find everything you get out of Domino's tastes like barbecue pizza except the barbecue flavors.
We've got you know, like a little family-owned pizza parlor around the corner,
They're the best.
and that's about £12 for a pizza, which is I don't know $15, something like that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they are the best place to go.
And that's the nicest pizza.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
We had a place we used to go to on a regular basis, a small family owned. Actually, the husband is from the UK. He actually moved from the UK to Canada with his parents, and at about the age of 9, he moved to Michigan, from Canada to Michigan. He grew up here in the US. He was about 75 years old when I met him running this restaurant, this pizzeria. He had the thickest English accent. He never lost it from a little child. 75.
funny.
He's living out. Has been out of the UK for about 72 years, and still has the thickest English accent. Never ever lost it, and he's been here all of his life.
That's funny. The
The
place.
My sister's my wife's sister lives in the UK. My wife's from the Philippines, and her sister lives in the UK. She's a psychiatrist. Sorry, in the UK. In the UK, she's living there about 6 years, and you swear she was born there, going by her accent.
That's funny.
Yeah, my niece is 10, and they've been in Kansas for 2 years, and she's picked up a really thick American accent.
Yeah.
Where my nephew, he's 8, and he's still English. His accent's English. It's just amazing how she's picked it up and he hasn't.
Some people adopt and then soak up, then they pick up the local accent. Like I've been living here in the US now for 14 years. I haven't picked up the local.
I've been here for 57 in the US, and
you don't sound like a local either, Jerry.
I know. And I seen a video when I was a teenager that I had filmed, and I went back and I was listening to it with my wife, and I had a lot of. I'm hearing feedback. Somebody's got YouTube playing. I had a Midwest type slang to my words, because different parts of America people pronounce words differently. So.
Yeah, but
And then you have the southern bells.
Is that Matt's fault, Loopy? We just want to kill him because he's like a teenager half the time.
No, she's saying, we were talking earlier, I said I'm in my 50s and I feel like I'm in my 20s or 30s.
Yeah,
and she said, yeah, she's in her 40s and she feels like a teenager most
it's
of the
Matt's
time.
fault. Must be
Gary,
Matt.
where are you originally from?
I was born in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Oh,
and
okay.
I moved to Vegas when I was 5 years old, so I've been in Vegas forever.
Nebraska is flat land.
Yeah, I live in a little village. I live in a little village called Murdoch outside of Lincoln, Nebraska. Moved here right when I turned 5. Been here ever since. So now I'm 57. I've been in this same house for 21 years.
Yeah.
But,
And I just fake all the accents.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. And then you have the American hillbilly. Eh, what you doing?
no, that doesn't sound like a hillbilly. I'm sorry.
No.
No. You need to work on that one.
Okay.
A lot of my brother and sister don't wash their clothes; they wash their clothes.
Yeah,
I say wash; they say wash. You know, just different words.
Yeah.
I say crick, not creek. So it's a creek.
It's quite
not a crick.
interesting the American words. You know, like the way it's pronounced from like state to state.
But
Yeah.
the UK is the same. You go to different parts of the UK and you like in some areas you'll understand, in other places you swear to speak in Swahili.
Yeah, well, like I live just outside Liverpool, and there's.
Oh, you don't have the accent that much.
No, well, I was brought up in Germany. My dad was in the forces,
Okay.
in the British Army. So, but I live at half an hour away from Liverpool, and I used to work in there. And Norris Green in Liverpool, the accent's really thick. You know, to the point where you can't understand a word they're saying. You have to get them to slow down.
Yeah,
Well, when you move to a new
Liverpool,
region,
say it correctly. It's Liverpool. You have to say it correctly.
when you are around people that talk differently and you hear it day after day, you just pick it up not knowing it, and you start saying it. It's like I knew a guy years ago. He said, "You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?" Every other word, and eventually I started saying it. It's like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I was repeating what he was saying constantly. You just pick stuff up.
Yeah,
I knew someone from Kent, and
Well, that's where I was born.
Oh, okay. Their son, he said something.
Well, there's a lot of the British actually don't say the word something. They end with a K in a lot of especially the southern parts of the UK.
I said it really bad, but something, and he said something.
What's that mean, Dominic?
What's the matter to you? Is it chewing tobacco?
No.
Yeah, Kent's got its own strange accent as well. That's quite broad. It's very similar to Cockney.
Yeah.
But not.
By the way,
Glaswegian is the hardest one.
If you click the three buttons on the outside where the screen is, then you can rename.
Oh, yeah, you can call yourself whatever you want.
Yeah, but in there's many different areas, and even in Ireland's the same. You go from area to area, and the accent changes. But the hardest one to understand is the accent from Glasgow, and from the center of Glasgow, Glaswegian. It is so thick. You're always convinced they're not even speaking English.
They don't speak English.
Glaswegian is really like I used to like Raz C. Nesbitt. Remember him?
Yes.
Like he personifies the thickest Glaswegian accent you'll ever hear. You'll find him online. But
that's also the same with Irish, I find. So there's certain parts of Irish.
Depends. Belfast is bad.
Belfast is thick, yeah, but that's and Dublin can be hard. A lot of the other states is not so bad. The Cork accent they don't speak, they sing. The people in Cork don't know how to talk. They sing everything is a song. So that's how they speak in
and then
Cork,
you have the English.
Yeah, so they sing a lot in Cork, and that's kind of nice to hear. Someone's playing music.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yep.
It's coming through your speaker though.
Yeah, I got to turn down real low. It actually cuts you guys out though a little bit.
It will, because music will take priority on your speakers.
Mad at you. Oh, is that mad at you? I'm mad at you when you catch your kid getting too much enjoyment. Oh, okay. Oh.
I've never heard that term. And I've been around the UK a lot because I've done some work over there. So yeah, there is a lot. Like in the States, it's normally per state. Michigan is a bit unusual because with the southern parts of Michigan, they have the Midwest accent, but the northern parts of Michigan sound more Canadian because they're so close to Canada. Now, where I am, we're close to Canada, but we don't have that Canadian accent, from the Canadian accent. But the northern sections, like the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, they actually sound more Canadian. When you start speaking to those guys up there, because they're so close to the Canadian border that half of them are probably Canadian, or at some point were on one side or the other of the border or the other.
So you're about to be very sorry, eh?
Yeah. So the further north you go, you start hearing some Canadian accents in Michigan.
Yeah.
And where I am, I'm only 40 miles from I'm 40 miles from Canada. If I drive downtown, I can look across the river and see Canada on the other side. That's how close it is.
I went to Montreal a week, like 20 years ago. That was a nice place in the summertime.
I've never been to Canada. I've done a lot of travel, and I've never been to Canada.
And you're 40 minutes away.
Yeah. I've had no need to go across, but I might go to they when all this craziness clears up. There's an area in Canada that holds a whole festival around Shakespeare. I mean, a whole festival, a whole week long. They do nothing but Shakespeare plays and all this kind of stuff.
That would be boring as hell.
No, I like that kind of stuff though. I like.
They're running around with machine guns, you know, shooting people. That'd be cool. But swords and Shakespeare, come on.
No, but see, like Carl, we grew up like both in Ireland and England. We grew up. We listened to Shakespeare all the time. We learned Shakespeare as our primary main core of our English lit, right? So we grew up listening to it. So like going to see that kind of stuff is kind of, and I like that kind of stuff anyway. So I like opera music. Like I like a bit of everything. I like opera. I do. I like a bit of everything, but I also like opera. I like country. I like rock. I like
Country
there are two types of music I can't stand. Opera would be one, and the other one I can't mention. But anyway.
Okay. Well,
I have a huge problem with the weird, out of tune, out of jazz. It just no.
Some with soft jazz is okay, but some of the
No.
harder jazz.
You know the one where they do weird. It doesn't play the same.
Yeah, the rhythm is kind of a haphazard. I don't like that either. Yeah, that's the harder jazz. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of
There's
it.
a lot of rap I like, some I don't. Techno I like, some I don't.
Yeah.
It depends. I like all kinds of music. It just depends on the song or the artist.
Yeah. I'm similar. I like a mixture, but we went to see Les Miserables on. That wasn't last year; it was the year before locally. That's actually really good to see live on stage.
Yeah, I watched that in London years ago.
Yeah, I've seen it in London as well. I saw it actually in London, but I saw it locally here as well 2 years ago. My wife never saw it live.
When I was in Australia, I saw the Phantom of the Opera in a huge theater, and the cool part was that me and my back then girlfriend, we got some center stage on 4th row tickets because there was a couple that didn't arrive, so we could get the tickets for fairly cheap, and it was mental. It was absolutely.
It's an amazing show to watch. Yeah.
Matt, meet Carl Fenton right above you. I don't believe he's ever been on a live stream before.
I speak to Matt quite a bit.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it keeps me sane during
That's
the night.
why I came on again, because I saw my friend Carl on. I said,
I thought Carl was an older guy. I had no idea he's young. No idea.
Well, I've got my hat on so my glare doesn't blind everyone.
Yeah.
The same with Liam.
Ask Jerry what the best wax to use.
I just didn't bother.
Glare is not too bad. Jerry uses good wax.
I was just being lazy. I got out of bed. I didn't bother.
And I don't like musicals. If a movie is a musical, I'm sorry. I'll change it. I can't stand it.
Okay, I'm not a fan of musicals.
I don't like them.
I'm not a fan of musicals, but I'll watch opera. I will watch a good stage play. And Phantom of the Opera is really good. Even though it's a musical, it's a good story.
Yeah.
Almeida. Anyone has ever seen this Almeida on stage? No.
No.
It's actually Spanish, but it's done in Italian, and I watched that in Germany, in the grounds of an old castle, and right in the center. Yeah, it is musical. Yeah, but right in the center of the old castle, there was a big courtyard, and they actually had people sitting around it, and they actually in the castle. It was fantastic, and a summer's evening. It was amazing. But I like that. I'm big into that stuff, and I don't have to understand. It was like opera and stuff like that is more about the feeling of it than anything else, right? And the storylines, the storylines and stuff of the musicals. If the storyline is good, it can be interesting, but. And I won't say I love all of them because some of them are just boring. I will admit some are slow, and the story is drawn out. Some that have a lot of activity on the screen, that's interesting, and on the stage, that's worth watching.
Yeah, I'm not
Alrighty
too keen on
then.
Opera either.
Go ahead, Jerry.
I just said, alrighty then. Let's move on away from musicals and stuff.
Yeah. What
You
you guys
just wanna shut up,
what you been printing, Carl?
Well, I've got your can going on at the moment, and I'm doing the Fab 365 R2D2, the
Fold up one.
fold-up one for
Yeah.
my 7-year-old. He wants to give it to his friend on Monday at school. So
I had to put a little bit of glue on mine to make it stay together, but I printed one a long time ago. Small one.
yeah, they're fun to watch. Playing with them, the kids, because I just take it off the plate and they put it together. So they
Yeah,
enjoy
cool.
it.
The AT80 is impressive. That's
Yes.
a free download as well. And that's a big model.
Yeah, I looked
Like-
at that.
I have an AT-80 out in the garage, built probably back in the 80s. Most of the parts are there. Some of the parts are missing. It's about, I don't know, that tall. About that tall. So I'm just keeping it. Someday I'll run across somebody who wants it, and I'll give it to them or sell it to them. It's missing a few doors and a few parts, but most of it's there.
Yeah, my CR10 Smart is still sitting in processing at Banggood, so I have to go shout at them and get them to get it shipped.
At least it's sitting. That must be due to the shipping backlog they've got there in southern China. The port's blocked. There's hundreds of ships sitting out there in the harbour waiting.
No,
to load and unload.
it means it's in their warehouse. They haven't
Yeah.
even shipped it, and it's because of and recently there's actually been a lockdown. Which city was that again?
There was
It's
two
China.
ports.
That's why
Everything
the
from
port
China
shut.
comes into 2 ports in California. I watched a video on YouTube talking about the pandemic and how everything got behind, and they started talking about tea, and then it went on to everything. And it's a really interesting video on YouTube. And it's explaining how everything comes in a port in California in 2 different ports. Now they got behind, and this happened and that happened, et cetera, et cetera. It's really interesting.
So, well, mine wasn't direct from Creality. Mine was through TomTop. I went on their
Wait,
giveaway.
I'm still
Yeah.
waiting on them to send me the stuff I want on that.
Yeah, and
I got nothing.
I just emailed them every day because they kept sending an email back saying would contact the Creality. Never got back to me, so I just bombarded them. I emailed Creality to see if they had stock, but no one, I don't think, it was actually brought from Creality's got it yet. So
Well,
Sure.
I went through Banggood.
Kieran is the only one that I know that might have built something other than Star Wars based, or somebody else in the chat, but I haven't.
No, afraid not.
But,
I mean,
but
apart from the normal
the
small stuff,
phrase droid is per definition Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
well, he put a new one on before, didn't he, today?
Mind you, Tito is not Star Wars. That's his own creation, Tito. So that's
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Has he dropped another one again? Bastard.
He's dropped another one today. It's the I can't even
He
think
did the
what it
snow
is.
speeder
No,
last
but
week.
it's the vapor. It's the water collector, isn't it? The moisture
Yeah.
Yeah, he dropped that
6 foot
today.
something like this.
Yeah, it looks good.
God, I hate him. Yeah.
How much filament he wants us to buy, hey?
Well, you print
I
what you
think
want
it's
to print.
because
Oh, yeah.
he owns the filament company.
Did you see
I
the
know.
guy on Facebook that's building the great big giant Hulk? One foot is like this big around. It's huge. I said, I sure hope
Yeah.
you have a sponsor for this build. It's going to be a monstrous Hulk.
I had to
One
work
hand
out
is like this big around. It's huge.
I just realised, why does he want a vapor collector? And he says, right, it's the turning marker to run your droids around. It's your race marker to run around. Bastard.
And to be
I
honest,
think
I
he's
was
using Luban for it,
yeah,
actually, to cut it up into sections to build it that big.
I was quite impressed how much filament wasn't used, to print the mini ones.
Yeah, the
'Cause
mini,
obviously
the
looking
mini.
at it, you're quite
Yeah.
surprised how small amount is actually used.
Because
Yeah.
was it R5 and Tito, one roll between them, so
Yeah.
480 grams each. So
It's not too
Yeah, so
bad,
the-
is it really?
apart from the TPU extra, but yeah, both of them basically were a 480 odd grams each. So, which is basically for those two and the RC control gear for under about $180 in total with the RC gear and the servos and the filament, which is for those, which is cheap as.
Yeah, I need to order all the the electronic bits. Just keep. You look at something and then you're like, oh, hang on, I'll get that one, and then you find something else, and then by the time you get back on it, it's sold out.
But the minis, I mean, the servos, I've been buying them like I buy double the amount of servos. So I've got a drawer full of servos for these.
Yeah.
So.
But that'd be a project with the kids on the summer holidays when they're off as well.
Yeah, it's a bit smaller because the bigger one, like the Land Speeder or the BRTU and that, they're a lot bigger and take a lot longer to print off. But the other ones, apart from the you can do them over a couple of weekends, no problem.
But now I've got the bigger plate as well. I'll be able to get a lot more printed at once. So that would have been handy for the Falcon 9.
Yeah, it does take a lot of prints. So there's a lot of parts in there.
Yeah, because I had 3
that's the
printers
person
at
I
once.
told you about, Liam. He knows about his way about rockets and all that, and that's the person who you need to talk to.
Even before I got my printer, I purchased, I think it was 2 rolls of 5 kilos filament, and they are obviously way too big and too heavy to actually hang on the printer. So that's a problem for me. That's why I want. That's why I built the thing it can stand on with the
roller, yeah.
Yeah. And I need to do something clever about that so I can have some kind of mechanism to screw those down into some wood and have it guided under it, because the things here they're way too short for the whole roll to be on, because the roll is probably, I don't know, this big compared to here. So it's I don't know, it'll go really, really far out from these 2 points here. So I don't know how that'll go, but I need to have some kind of base where I can pop them in, and the filament goes around, and the filament goes down below it, so it won't roll off in some accidental way.
There is one that's got an auto tensioning device, like a spring, for it's got the roller holder for the bearings and an auto tensioner on it. There's a couple of them on Thingiverse as well, or Cult 3D. Just gotta remember who it was, especially for the bigger rolls. You want something for the auto tensioning, because otherwise
I bought a spool winder. I said bought. I printed a spool winder as well, one from Thingiverse, and the problem is you can't align the the filament very well, and you can't stretch it. It's not stretched, but you can't keep it tight enough to actually make it good. So when you actually have a kilo spool wind up with the 5 kilo spool filament, it turns too much compared to the outer part of that 5 kilo filament. So it'll actually break every half meter. So it's really difficult.
If it breaks, it's brittle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's brittle, it's damp. For PLA,
damp.
PLA is, if it's brittle, it's damp.
Especially when you get to the end of the roll that's been out for a long time, that's when it starts to break.
Yep, it's damp filament if it's brittle.
Yeah.
I'm looking at getting one of those filament dryers for the enclosed printers, during the winter when it's a bit colder here.
Yeah.
Obviously in the shed, but it still needs to be insulated, which will get done in the next couple of weeks. But I'm looking at the double one that you can't get over here at the moment.
The Soval one?
Yeah, I want to put both the CR200s next to each other, have that in between, and then it can feed the filament to each one of them.
Yeah.
How many greebles are in that bloody vaporizer? Jesus Christ.
But
What?
But the filament holder on the CR10 Smart's actually got a bearing inside it, so it's not fixed. So there's less resistance. So like the other ones, it's just a piece of plastic. So obviously you get that bit of friction, don't you, when it's turning?
Yeah.
On that, it's got a bearing in it, so it's actually a lot smoother.
Yeah.
So that would potentially maybe help, maybe with a bigger spool for me.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I just slightly different topic. I've been on chatting with Banggood about my CR10 Smart.
Yeah.
Just because I annoyed them on their chat, they're saying, "Oh, it'll be ready. It'll be shipped to you within 2 days."
Well, I noticed a lot of people.
The other guys, though.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of people on Facebook with the orders were getting filaments, like Reality, for the lateness. I got offered a $3 voucher from TomTop.
Oh, yeah, TomTop are cheap.
I was like, it's going to cost me 60 quid just to get delivered.
Why?
Oh, just the price into the UK is an absolute nightmare at the moment.
Thank you, Brexit.
Yeah, that cost me 145 in shipping.
You have to pay $145 for shipping?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So you didn't include shipping when they sent you the prize?
No.
Yeah. I mean,
so that's how they get you.
This is why I said I can't ship anything outside to the UK. Like any of my pictures, I sent one little picture. It was half the size of an A4 paper. I sent off to America, and it cost me 25 pounds to ship.
Oh yeah,
over.
yeah.
There's a resin printer that Uncle Jesse was talking about. Prusa's coming out with. It's a bigger resin printer, but you got to pay for shipping. I mean, the resin printer is like what, $1,000 to $1,500, and then shipping would probably be like $500 or $600 or $700 just to ship it. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's funny, Luke.
But it's quite strange how with COVID, obviously they've been used more, that they actually charge more. It's just
no, they don't. No, they don't. They don't need to, but they do it.
They do.
Well,
I want to get a flex plate from TH3D for my CR10 Max, and I have affiliate money, so I can buy it on my credit, but I have to pay for shipping, and shipping is like $50. It's like, no, that's not going to happen. So my wife just went to Florida for 2 months. She's going to go see Trevor at Navarro 3D Printing, and Trevor is hooking me up with a build plate for my birthday for my Max. She just has to physically carry it back to her mom's house and pack it in her suitcase. It'll take up the whole bottom, but it'll fit. So hopefully if she does that, I'll, with a magnet and a build flex plate, I'll get that brought back in a couple months.
Cool.
I just dropped a auto tensioning from Thingiverse into the chat there, Renee. That's a big bulky. I don't know if it'll fit your bigger spools though. That takes a standard 1 kilo, I think. Whether you can extend it for width-wise with the auto tensioning on it.
And then the biggest issue in the UK about shipping, since Brexit, the issue is that you have to your customs and immigration are slowing, or especially customs, you're slowing everything down. I mean, there's people who have outside of the UK who've been waiting on product delivery, like from JG Maker, right? They've been waiting up and they're only starting to get shipping notices now. Everybody else on the planet has received their machines.
According to YouTube videos, everybody's smuggling cigarettes in the UK on all these videos I watch. But pretty crazy.
That's true. Yeah, cigarettes are really expensive here.
Yeah.
But then, so's fuel for your car. The amount of tax that the government charges.
Oh, please stop complaining about fuel taxes. Go to Denmark and compare the prices.
Denmark's
1 liter is a gasoline liter is like 1.2 pounds.
Well, I pay £1.30 a liter for unleaded.
Okay, you're more expensive than us then.
Oh well, we pay what is it, Jerry? $3 a gallon.
It's like $3.60, $3.70 a gallon.
Oh, you're more expensive. We're it's $3.
It fluctuates a lot, but when you say pounds, I'm completely lost. So if you don't translate, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, here in Michigan, it's about $3.10 for a gallon of gas.
Yeah, I think I paid $3.69 a couple days ago for my truck. I put $25 in it.
I'll tell you how much it is in a dollar for you now.
And a buck is $1 for people that don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess a pound.
I guess that's more slang.
Yeah.
How much is a pound? That's
So it's $1.80
A liter.
liter, and 1 gallon is 3.8 liters.
and diesel's about 6p extra a litre.
6 pence.
Huh. It's weird. It's less in Denmark.
So we got Costco's not far away, so we get quite a bit of discount there. So we try and fill up there because it's about 15p a litre cheaper.
Yeah.
But the cheaper ones are supermarkets. Trying to avoid them because they water it down.
Yeah, so the diesel and gasoline price in Denmark and UK is probably twice as much as you guys in the US. So
Oh yeah, it probably is. Yeah, the fuel prices they're well subsidized here in the US. And because the amount of fuel that the US uses, it's cheaper because of the volume. Compared to the UK, we use.
Yeah.
I wish my truck would run off methane. I'd just stick a tube up my butt and I'd be good to go forever.
yeah, but then you'll run like 5 meters every 2 seconds.
I remember the UK going into like a fuel shortage because it actually hit £1 a litre, and there was massive protests, outside like the refineries. So lorries couldn't get to the stations. Police had to like allow cars in. You was only allowed to put £10 or £20 in at a time. It was a nightmare.
Well, I filled my truck the other day, and it was $55.
I think it's probably about £70, so nearly $100 for me to fill up mine.
Yeah, but my truck takes over 20. It takes about 22 gallons.
Okay, let's hope they're not going to put any tax on printers anytime soon.
Well, they find a reason to put tax on anything, don't they? Really? So
22 gallons. What's that in liters? Let me see.
So I
mean,
want
some people want
like,
to have it illegal over here. 3D printers.
We have something called
105
Why?
litres then.
Why would you want to outlaw 3D printers?
4.5 per litres to the gallon.
Because people do stupid stuff with them,
But I
Okay.
won filament, and I got charged by customs £20, for them to actually deliver it. So the import tax and everything else, the filament was actually worth about £12.
Yeah.
It would have been cheaper to buy it than pay them.
So, how much do you say you pay for a liter of gas today?
1.8
I pay £1.30.
pound.
£1.30, so
dollars, right?
$1.80, $1.80, I think.
Okay, so 100. So it'll be about 108 British pound for my truck. To fill my truck over there is about 108 pounds. And I filled it here for it's cost me about $50.
Yeah, you can see why America have muscle cars. The big engines.
That's me. People move away from that though. Some people use trucks because they have need for it. I only have a truck because I need to move. You've seen the video I have of the big telescopes, right?
Telescopes. That's it.
And you're safer in a truck than a car if you're typically set up higher than a car. And if you get in a wreck, you're more likely to survive if you're in a truck.
Because it's a bigger frame, stronger
And
frame.
then if you ever need to haul something, you don't have to call somebody to come get it for you. You can do it for yourself.
Yeah.
Well, the Ford Raptors, the Jeep sort of thing, they don't actually fit in any car parks here. The spaces.
My son just bought a Dodge Raptor 4-door.
Yeah.
And he just got back to work after all this. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? His payments are a little bit over $800 a month. The truck was $64,000.
Yeah.
It's a nice truck, but it's not. Come on, 64 grand.
The same thing in the UK because of the road taxes and all this kind of stuff. It would cost them over $120,000.
That's crazy.
Oh, more.
Maybe more.
Is it the Ford Mustang or what? They've got
The
some.
Mustang is a car.
You've got some sort of car coming out, an electronic one, and it's like
the E version. Yeah, the battery.
so that's in excess of £80,000, I believe.
And then when the batteries go bad on it, you can't afford to replace them because they're too expensive.
Actually, they last about 15 years in the batteries.
Well, I got a friend that has I forget what it was he had. It's not a Tesla, it's something else, and the batteries went dead on it a few years ago, and they wanted an astronomical amount of money to replace them, so he traded it off.
Yeah, no, the newer batteries like what the E series from Mustang from Ford, and the new Ford trucks, the F-150s that are coming out that are battery operated. I've seen them. I've been in one of them, and they're nice trucks to drive. Or the Teslas, they've actually come a long way in battery development. Now they estimate the battery will last longer than the car, is what they're saying. They last about 15 years, maybe even 20 years of battery life. Over the space of that amount of time, they say you lose no more than 20% of the battery utilization. That's what they're saying now. So their battery tech has come a long way.
Yeah.
And especially, I have to say, especially Tesla, because they developed their own batteries, their own design, and they are ahead of most others.
I thought he was sleeping. He wasn't.
Me?
Yeah, I thought Renee was sleeping, but he must be looking down at something.
Yeah, I'm looking down.
I seen you look up and I made you big.
He's examining the inside of his eyelids.
Okay.
Checking for legs. Just checking for legs.
Yeah. Well, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
You're saying it like it's a bad thing, Jerry.
well, I'm hungry. I'm hungry for pizza now. I need to go put a pizza on a
we
credit card.
still can talk.
So, but yeah, I really appreciate everybody hanging out. Carl, it's awesome seeing you on screen. It's cool.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah. Come in and hang
It's
out with
good
us
to
more.
see you.
Yeah, well, I'll be on Sam's on Monday.
Oh, cool.
When I
Okay.
come on, so
All right. Yeah, I'll be sure to watch that if I remember to watch it.
no
So,
worries. Thanks
but
for
yeah,
having me.
everybody here, thank you very much for coming. Everybody that's out there watching around the world, I really appreciate it. It's been fun. Please like, subscribe, and share. And like I say, when I get to 2,500 subs,
Thanks,
I'm going to have a big giveaway. So I'm getting really close. So maybe in the next month or so. But thank you guys, everybody, and happy printing to everybody. Thank you very much.
Cheers, guys, and stay safe.
Bye.
Bye.
Stay safe.